Good morning. All right, let's get everybody squared away here. All right. Good morning, everyone. Cousin Vinny coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the last trading day of October. We are watching pre-market weakness. Had a little coughing fit there. Something stuck in my throat. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Paolo. How's things in San Francisco land? All right, so SPY, we have 450. Need to stay above 450. Most likely this dip is going to get bought, at least for a day trade. Lucid is up 7%. It was up about 3% pre-market when I was first looking at it. That's the most discussed and talked about stock on Wall Street Bets last night. Lucid, LCID. Looks by the looks of the option pricing, they inflated them a little bit. Lots of options, open interest. Trading from yesterday, we had resistance on Wednesday, and I saw the relative volume and thought to myself, you know what, I'll probably pass on this one. In the EV market, luxury EVs, I saw that on Wednesday, and of course, long story short, we were unable to get into Lucid until Thursday morning. I saw it, didn't do anything about it. That's the way it goes. Anyway, good morning, everyone. The market's a little off because of Apple and Amazon earnings. Pretty much within the 3.5% expected move. Apple, all right, maybe an opportunity on Apple. It's trading down there at 148. Apple. All right, so right at support where it was range bound for over a week, right along that level. So we'll see if that gets bought or not. SPY is starting to see some buyers here. Futures are starting to see some buyers, so it might be an opportunity. I would stray away from getting into SPY calls too early, though we could very well blast higher. So if you don't want to miss an opportunity at the open, maybe after the first few minutes, scale into a position. So if you're going to take 10 calls, I would probably do maybe two or three, just as a percentage. Looking for a bounce. We'll get a lot of profit taking at the open on the gap down. But we could see more weakness today. We've got spiders, 30% of spider options expired today. I believe it was about 20%. 15% of the S&P big boys options expired today, and I think around the same amount, 20% of Q options expired today. So we're anticipating volatility. That volatility could very well mean that SPY runs back up to the recent highs. That's a possibility. Okay, so yesterday's high right there. As long as we stay above 450, that's the where gamma flips to negative or bearish. Okay, that's the previous breakout level there at 452.49, 452.60, 452.60. And yesterday we hit, on Tuesday we hit 458.49. So that's overhead, and then above that it's 460 call wall resistance. Good morning, Frano. So that's good morning in Filipino, huh? Filipina? Morning, Nick. Morning, Frano. Thank God it's Friday. I'm thinking in the back of my mind that we might see strength in biotechs. All right, let's see what they look like pre-market. All right, let's resort these again. All right, so we've got about 65% of stock, 65% of sectors are red. Worst is consumer discretionary. That was the best yesterday. That's being affected by Amazon, of course. Apple and Amazon represent 10% of the weight of the S&P 500. Let's go look at that. All right, so 10% of the weight, you can see over here, Apple is 5.5%, Amazon is 3.9%. All right. Approximately 10% of the weight of the markets is in that. What's Microsoft look like right now? Microsoft is actually up 0.17, 0.1%, 1.17%. Microsoft could see a follow through. Okay, we've been on a buy signal. The number of stocks trading above their 50-day continues to rise. So they are buying. We just have to pay attention to what they're buying. Yesterday, we did see growth outpacing, when this is rising, growth is outpacing cyclicals and value. Though value did bounce at a breakout level, pull back to breakout, PBBO, pull back to breakout, and growth continues to ramp higher. Remember, it's a season to be jolly, all right? After the 27th of October, we'll say the 29th. After this week, things get better going into the first week of November, seasonally one of the stronger months of the year. And you have to remember bonus time for portfolio managers. It doesn't mean they can force the market higher, but we have that backdrop. We also have the call wall shifted from 4,600 higher to 4,650. All right, so that's important. While it's not a big change in option structure, the call wall for S&P Spiders, SPY, remains the same at 460. The call wall for big boys, S&P, has shifted from 4,600 to 4,650. So that might be something to consider on this dip this morning. If we buy SPY calls, it looks like futures want to hold here. If you look at the profile on your futures chart, you can see that a move above the point of control, 45.65, leads to less resistance on a move back up to highs. So that'd be another reason why I'd be looking at SPY calls today, or S&P 500 calls. Two stocks, 10% of the weight of the S&P. We'll see. Hertz, yeah, that was news yesterday. Hertz will be buying. They upped their order from 100,000 to 200,000. We also have Brady, Hertz. Let's see, where is? Nope, that's not it. Hertz. Hertz.com. HERTZ.com. Brady's going to be on a Thursday night football. Where's corporate business investor relations? All right, let's see if it's on here. I can tell you that Brady's going to be advertising for Hertz, the Tesla. All right, it's not on here. Well, I alluded to it on a blog post earlier in the week. So that'd be interesting to see how that affects Tesla and Hertz stock pricing. All right, so we've got S&P, you know what to look for there. The call wall just shifted higher. Let's take a look at breadth from yesterday. SPY is starting to get bought pre-market. Bullish percent. Number of stocks on a point and figure buy signal. It dipped a little bit. Looking for that to make a higher high now. It's still in the green zone, so that means that institutions are still buying. They'd be taking profits off in the red zone. So that looks good. Doesn't mean we're going to move higher today. It just means that's what we're anticipating. We'll look for the evidence. High, low, number of stocks making new highs. Okay, so that made a little dip yesterday, despite the fact the S&P made a new high. So that's some different mixed signals. We got advanced decline, advancers beating out decliners yesterday. So breadth looks good. Let's take a look at NYMO as of yesterday's close. This had created a trough and continues to rise over the last several weeks. That's a good sign for breadth. Okay. Last time we did this, made higher lows and higher highs, was back in, remember November's rally? The November rally that started right here? That was a nice rally. And we're just break out of a big base, a big horizontal base. So there's a lot of things that are more bullish to look forward to. Bearish considerations, we want to keep an eye on junk bonds. Junk bonds, make sure that they are bouncing. All right, so junk bonds are bouncing. This is a risky asset along with USO. We've got 2 minutes to go. USO, that's moving higher, higher highs, higher lows. IWM, another risky asset. This shows appetite. The appetite of investors that trade these asset classes are telling us that we should consider a more bullish stance. If IBB moves higher, watch ABV. This is one that I'm watching as well. This looks really good. It's higher pre-market, ABV, ABBV. So these are all things that we'll look for today. It's moving off the high 113 this morning, moving back down to 112. So it might be an opportunity there. Give it a few minutes. Also watch the SPY. You might have a trade there. Oops, I'm not on the right screen. Sorry about that. Let me go. All right, let me go here. All right, let me stop this. I'll be right back. Okay, so I was sharing the wrong screen there. All right, so ABV, looking for that to follow through. Okay, we got the opening bell, seconds away. Good luck, folks. Make sure you're taking profits off the table where applicable. Okay, Apple is rallying here. Apple rallying at this point. Watch Apple for a bounce. Watch the SPY for a bounce. All right, Apple's starting to bounce here. Okay, Apple looking for the bounce. All right, SPY looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce down here. Watch Apple, might be a nice little opportunity there, right above the 50-day moving average. Caterpillar higher this morning. Caterpillar's breaking out. Caterpillar breaking out. Watch Caterpillar here. There goes Caterpillar. Caterpillar breaking out. CAT. Caterpillar, nice breakout there. SPY looks like it's going to bounce. SPY looking for the bounce. Let's see what the futures say. Futures say buy signals. Okay. A little early, waiting for a potential bounce. SPY looking for a bounce. All right, tick is bullish. Market internals mixed, but the Nasdaq looks the best. Caterpillar, nice bounce there. Cisco, nice bounce. Lucid, trading through 40, tagging 39.55. Lucid, looking for the follow through. Caterpillar. All right, SPY looks good. Keep an eye on SPY. Charge point pushing higher. Charge point. And what's Blink doing? Blink is higher. BLNK. All right, SPY is moving higher. VIX is dropping hard. Happy Friday to you. All right, SPY starting to move higher. Off the lows, VIX is dropping off. MGM, nice bounce. MGM. DraftKings trying to push higher. MTR. Nice push here on MTTR. MTTR, nice little rip there, pushing higher. Palantir. Moving higher, Palantir. Cisco moving higher. Lucid is up 11%, pushing higher, Lucid. Caterpillar looking for a follow through. SPY, VIX is still dropping here. 17.13, backing off. Volta starting to move higher, Volta. PayPal, nice little bounce after an ugly week. What's NIO doing? Where is NIO? NIO's down a little bit, looking for a bounce. What's Tesla doing? Tesla. SPY's still going here. SPY's still going. Microsoft on the move. So many things are working right now. So Microsoft is going. Tesla's going. Microsoft looks good. Let's see. Let me take a look at Microsoft real quick. Microsoft breaking out. All right. NVIDIA. NVIDIA follow through. I had the 255 calls on NVIDIA. I sold those too soon yesterday. Microsoft following through. All right, so the early morning move here could get sold. So I would be taking profits off in the strength, reassess after 10 o'clock, see what they're up to, what they plan on doing. Caterpillar, looking for that follow through. Google bouncing, Netflix bouncing, NVIDIA looks good, Apple. All right, SPY still moving higher. VIX at the lows. SPY, can it retest the highs from this week? 458, that's what we're looking for. If we can continue to see buyers. All right, there go the futures. Futures are on the move. Futures are on the move. All right, nice follow through here. Ford, nothing. Thought we might see a follow through today. Caterpillar looking for a follow through. MTTR, watching that one. Volta, VLTA on the move. Charge point, it's up 40 cents. Cisco flat. Blink is up as well. Blink is up. Looking for a follow through. Volta is another charging industry group name. All right, SPY continuation here. Looking good. SPY is still lifting off the lows. Futures continue to push higher above the profile, getting easier as we push up to these levels. Shorts covering. Tick cumulative is green. Market internals look okay for now. All right, Lucid is breaking out now. Lucid. Nike breaking higher. Nike. All right, Nike looks good on the follow through. We thought we might see a follow through today. Nike looks like we might get through 166. Looking for 166 on Nike. Caterpillar looking for a bounce. Come on, Caterpillar, bounce some already. Palantir, PLTR, Nike, MGM. Nice little bounce there on MGM. Lucid, a little profit taking. Amazon looking great. Microsoft. Amazon. All right, we got a hammer on, potential hammer on Amazon. Look for Apple to bounce as well. Fuel Cell headed higher again. Fuel Cell, FCEL. Get through this wick. We're looking for around $9 on this one. Fuel Cell looking good. SPY still rising. Futures still rising. All right. So it looks good so far. Little profit taking at the highs on the futures. More so on the Qs. Caterpillar looking for the bounce now. Caterpillar looking for the bounce. Cat on the gap up, looking for it to head towards the 200-day. Got resistance over here in this area, volume by price. SPY starting to hesitate a little bit. VIX, looking for VIX to roll over. Lucid, a little dip, a little profit taking. Palantir looking for a follow through. All right. Palantir pulling back. SPY still moving higher. Blocks at 455.90. 455.90. We had two blocks at 155,000 shares each, pushing higher. VIX is trying to regain its footing right here. Watch VIX. Futures still pushing. There go the NASDAQ futures. NASDAQ on the move. NASDAQ futures. Watch your FANG stocks. S&P should follow. The strength in the NASDAQ futures continue to ramp higher. Morning shakeout. People taking profits, looking for a follow through now. A bounce on some of these. All right, VIX looks like it might roll over. All right, so we got a little bit of profit taken there on the NASDAQ futures. Tesla going. All right, Tesla, nice follow through. AMD, nice pop. FedEx, nice pop. FedEx, nice pop. All right, a lot of stocks following through here. Nice look to it. All right, IRNT, that one's on the move again. Spying the cues. Watching VIX here. Most stocks moving higher. Microsoft pulling back a bit. Caterpillar looking for the bounce. All right. All right. A little bit of profit taking here. Watching the futures. If it dips any more. I got wicks underneath these candles. It might be a flag at this point. Watch the SPY. On the 5-minute, watching the flag right here. These wicks underneath this candle. All right, looking for a follow through now. VIX looks like it's going to drop off. Initially seeing some selling, profit taking. In the first 15-20 minutes, that's what we do anyway. Cleveland Cliff. All right, the steel stocks, Cleveland Cliffs had a dip. Flag look for the follow through. Looking at Nucor too. Nucor looking really sharp here. Nucor could see the highs again. All of these steel stocks could see the high again with the infrastructure bill. I guess Congress needs to sign off, and then it goes to the president for signature. FedEx, nice little bounce on FedEx. All right, FedEx. The bounce on FedEx. Looking for that to get back above the 50-day. All right, SPY's still going here. Futures still pushing. VIX dropping off. All right, so that looks good for another leg higher. Looks like another leg higher. VIX is dropping off, testing low anyway. FedEx, that looks good. Lucid below 40, looking like buyers are coming in again. Palantir as well, Caterpillar, Tesla with the bounce. Tesla at the highs. There goes AMD. Facebook, bullish above 320, the 200-day bullish. I wouldn't buy it up here. I'd wait for a little dip, but it looks good. Skills, got a little bounce on skills. All right, MTTR, looking for a follow through and a breakout. MTTR. VIX still moving lower. Futures are flagging at the highs again. All right, VIX still dropping off. Keep an eye on VIX. If VIX keeps dropping, keep moving your stops higher on SPY. All right, there goes MTTR going. MTTR. MTTR is about to go here. Cisco, bounce on Cisco. All right, Palantir. Palantir about to take out 26. There goes 26. Palantir. All right, SPY's still moving higher. We've got some wicks on the tops of these candles, so keep an eye on VIX. VIX is still meandering lower. ENPH, my favorite solar stock. ENPH, looking nice, following through. When a gap and go looks that good, and that volume, that tells you all you need to know. FedEx on the move, pushing higher. What's UPS doing? UPS after earnings. UPS looks good.
IPO is indicating now. HRT, Higher Right Holdings, priced at $19, indicating $20. That's hotel
All right, watch SPY. Maybe take some profits here. Futures. Look for another dip that gets bought, a higher low.
X, Sonendo,
FedEx is going.
now indicating $12 to $12.10. That's
Charge point looking for another push.
Tray, SONX, AURA, Oral Biosciences, priced at $14, indicating $15 now. That's Alpha, Uniform Romeo Alpha, AURA.
SPY starting to negotiate this level at 457.50. Could still see another 50 cents, but maybe a higher low first. UPS looks good. UPS looks good as well. FedEx, both of them look good.
RVLV, new pick from trader Mark Minervini. Revolve Group, that's Romeo Victor, Lima Victor, RVLV being mentioned as a new buy for trader Mark Minervini. It's 10 o'clock.
FedEx continues to push higher. FedEx. Tesla. Nice move on Tesla. NIO bouncing. FedEx continues to ramp higher. FedEx continues higher. Along with UPS, these look good into Black Friday and beyond. Lucid pulling back some more. Blink trying to follow through. It is pushing a lot higher. Blink charging. The charging related names doing well. Blink, ChargePoint, CHPT, and Volta. Okay, let's take a look at some of these stocks from the watch list that followed through yesterday. Lucid, L3 Harris, looking for a bounce on L3. All right, these are starting to get picked up. They have bids are going to be awarded in December from the Department of Defense. One of these three, L3 Harris, RTX, and or Northrop Grumman. NVIDIA continuation. Damn it, I sold the 255s too soon. All right, there goes Blink. Blink on the move.
BKKT, Back Holdings, DMA 30 call sweep now on Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango. BKKT.
All right, SPY's starting to bounce now. A little dip. VIX is rolling over. H pattern on VIX.
Joseph Back Holdings, popping here now on that. Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango, 28.79, $29 now.
All right, MTTR is going again.
Tango.
MTTR looks like it's going to lift. That one is a Josh Brown mention. MTTR. All right, looking for the dip to get bought here. VIX to drop off. VIX hasn't started dropping yet, so I'm watching this higher low. It's after 10 o'clock, opening range. Looks like we could continue higher. SPY. Can we get above 458? VIX is dropping off here. Looking for a push above 457.60 or so. VIX dropping off. Futures, the Qs look a little better. The NASDAQ futures look a little better. Thanks to the FANG stocks. Let's go take a look at FANG real quick. These 15 stocks make up more than 50% of the weight of the NASDAQ 100. So when they're moving, we need to pay attention. Okay, need these all above VWAP. Apple's starting to turn now. Apple's starting to turn. Facebook above the 200-day. Cisco looking for the follow-through. Netflix, Nvidia look good. Tesla at the highs. Semiconductors are off a little bit. They're flat. Adobe looking for the bounce. SPY looking for the bounce. VIX dropping off. VIX is dropping off. Looking for another leg higher for SPY. SPY looking for the follow-through. Apple, it's been spending a week above the 10 EMA. This is the second week. 10 EMA on the weekly time frame. Sitting on the 21-day looking for the bounce. All right, way oversold. Starting to get bought here. RSI starting to turn higher. Apple. Watching SPY.
SONO, Sonos shares moving to the highs. Sandy Oscar, November Oscar, seeing the January 2023 $40 call now on SONO.
FedEx looking good for the follow through. FedEx. Nice follow through on FedEx. Still going. SPY looks like the next leg higher. VIX is dropping off. Got a long way to go for VIX. We could see 15 if they're buying. You know, with the call wall. All right, VIX still dropping off with the call wall shifting higher to 46.50. Maybe they're looking for a test of that first. The 4600 level, that's where it was yesterday. Until it rolled up to 46.50, they rolled their calls up. Leestar has been talking about a lot of the volume that we've been seeing lately has been rolling out and up. Facebook above the 200-day, looking good. Facebook at the VWAP, 200-day is right here, right below us. Okay, we're sitting on the 200-day. Next week, maybe we get above the 9 and 21-day. Maybe we get above the 9 today. Looking for VIX to drop off more.
DMI shares quotation now. Uniform Delta Mike Yankee. UDMY IPO.
MTTR still going. MTTR.
RCL, Royal Caribbean, on their conference call. Company says cruise industry image from early days of pandemic.
All right, VIX trying to bounce now.
On consumer minds, albeit less than previously.
NIO looking for the bounce. Looks like less activity on NIO. That was a IBD alert. What was it, Wednesday? All right, it's Friday, so I'm anticipating that we could start to see volume start to fade as we head towards noon. It's only 10:10, but I'm anticipating that the momentum is going to start to slow and the volume.
VAC, Vernetic Holding, report of a negative ruling in dispute against Apple. Shares dropping to the lows to $3.65. Victor Hotel Charlie, VAC.
All right, stocks are starting to see some slowing momentum now. Maybe they build up for next leg higher. We'll see. All right. So VIX lower lows and lower highs so far this morning. Lower lows and lower highs. SPY trying to push higher. All right. So it looks like the morning pump is starting to dissipate a little bit. So I'd be a little cautious chasing anything right now. Wait for a little dip. Look for VIX to drop off.
mRNA, Moderna announcing additional supply.
What's Novavax doing? Novavax yesterday looked really good. Novavax, NVAX. All right, that's lower today. Fuel cell yesterday looked good. Fuel cell flagging just below yesterday's high. Fuel cell. All right, Palantir is gonna gearing up again for the next leg. It looks like Palantir. All right, so Alexander Karp, Director, Chief Executive Officer, on October 26th, sold 1,900,000 shares of Palantir. That could be, I don't know. I don't know what the pay structure is there. That might be entirely his pay. $48 million. He sold total of 6 million shares, 6,400,000 shares. Oh, he has control over 6,400,000 shares. All right, so SPY is starting to push a little lower right now, looking for a higher low. VIX to produce a lower high. Futures pulling back a little bit right now.
RCL, Royal Caribbean says
Netflix pulling back. Netflix very choppy lately.
sequential improvements from 1 month to the next. That's Romeo Charlie Lima, RCL.
All right, so right now it looks like we're going to go into hibernation mode, start moving sideways in VWAP. VWAP flatten out for a lot of these companies, a lot of these stocks, a lot of these indices. Look for the VWAP to flatten out now. Looks like the high for the morning is in. Look for VWAP to continue to flatten out. If you have interest in buying calls, you should be buying dips. Look for a push back to the top of the range if VWAP flattens out, like yesterday. Flattened out towards the evening session. Bounced off of VWAP, back to the highs, back down to VWAP by the close, and then bounced. Lucid hit 50% from the recent high down to the recent low at 40.74. It got rejected there. 50% retracement. Lucid. DraftKings pulling back. AMD pulling back from the highs. Doing what it does. It usually runs up in the morning. It either fades or it continues to trend in the prevailing direction for the day. So it looks like we're going to fade lower on AMD for now. FedEx is flagging. Look for a follow through there. UPS looks good. UPS looks good. I'm not doing anything. It's Friday, so I wouldn't be looking for big Barry Bonds moves. Wouldn't be looking for grand slams today. I'd be looking for singles and doubles and taking profits off into strength the first half an hour. So if you were doing that, now we start to set up and look for maybe the move between 10:30 and noon. Afternoon, I don't usually do much on a Friday except check out charts and talk a lot more than usual, if that's possible. Okay, Nike pulling back a little bit. All right, Nike. I'm thinking retail stocks are going to continue to move high. This could move sideways for the next week, so check your portfolio for retail stocks. They should do okay, I would think. TJ Maxx was looking for to get above the 21-day, still not doing it. Target, probably one of my favorite retailers next to Costco. Costco looks good. Target looks good. Could stay here below 490. Costco, Walmart, those big three, Target, Walmart, Costco. All right, watching SPY here might bounce. The odds after 12 o'clock for big momentum moves are much lower on OPEX until the last hour of the day. Big moves lower. Big moves higher. I'm not looking for a big move higher. If we can get above 457.60 or so, then we might see 458.49, the weekly high. Watching VIX, it all depends on VIX right now. I'd be okay with taking some profits off the table. That's what I'm doing. The first half an hour of the trading day. We're almost the first hour now. Initiating a new position on a Friday, not the best, especially if it's options, not the best idea. Unless you get a really good entry and you get some nice follow through. All right, AbbVie starting to fade. Let's see who the most flow is today. The most flow. Let's see who's got it. Probably Tesla, right? Yep, Tesla, Lucid, 15 orders for Lucid, 3.8 million. Tesla, you got 15 orders, 18.7 million. Tesla leading the day as far as flow is concerned. Continues to grind higher. Look at your Bollinger Bands. It's inside of, or just outside of the upper Bollinger Band, riding the upper Bollinger Band. So that could take a lot longer to reverse. Watch that lower band. Once that lower band starts to turn, it's already starting to show indications that it might. Then I would look for a flag. I wouldn't be looking for big momentum moves. If anything, more probable that we pull back a little bit. Watch that lower band. If it starts to turn in and the upper band starts to turn, you can usually pay attention to the 4-hour chart. That gives you a little bit. See how it's turned already? The upper band starting to turn. All right. That usually tells you whether or not you're going to see a daily flag or price action. Here's the hourly. See, we're just pretty much in that range between 1020 and 1100. Can we move higher? Sure. Bollinger Bands obviously are based on price action, so watching price action. But the probabilities, if this starts to turn inward, look for a flag and a pullback to the mean. It's a Friday, so I'm not playing options on Tesla. maybe if you're selling premium, that you got better odds selling premium. Tesla on the 5-minute. All right. Fridays are generally a day where you should, take profits early, especially if you have 40, 50% gains. Take some profits off, minimize your exposure. Next week, we're going to have higher volatility, most likely, today and next week, as dealers no longer have to hedge those options that are expiring today. Got about 30% of SPY, about 15% of Qs, and S&P 500 expiring today. If you looked at Gamma, you can see the call strikes out there are moving out towards 4600, 4640, 4700, 4740, and 4800. All right, those are starting to build. I'm looking for 4500 to diminish in its peak. If you're looking at the Gavin channel chart that I posted this morning, 4550, 4600. There's very little put structure underneath those higher strikes, 4645, 4700. So 4700 looks to be the max right now that they're looking at. SPY watching. All right, flat VWAP. So look for price to hover around this area, okay? If we get any big moves, it'll probably come in a later session in the evening. Right now, we're just consolidating. Look for, if we get a move soon, we'll see it. Futures are starting to do something here. Tick cumulative still rising. 1.5 to 1 up volume. So market internals are neutral at best, slightly bullish. Try not to overtrade on Friday. The bulk of the moves, a lot of times you'll see Monday we'll see a close and we'll be able to determine what they have in mind for the week. Then Tuesday, Wednesday are really solid days into Thursday. And if you're still holding on to things on Friday morning, take profits off. Swings should be fine, like Nike should be fine on the swing, all right? There's nothing, it hasn't done anything stupid. Nike looks like it's going to continue to follow through. Maybe consolidates a little bit, but looks like 170s possible after some consolidation. Lucid starting to bounce. Lucid LCID.
Hudson Technologies received notice of intent to receive a sole source Navy contract.
Stocks like FedEx, FDX, these look good for the holidays. FDX, FedEx, and UPS. Holding the 21-day, looks for a follow through. What's AbbVie doing? Abby was one that we were looking at this morning. All right. Let's go look at the watch list real quick. Okay, there's your winners. ASAN. I know you guys are watching ASAN. What's the losers? All right, Manpower, DSKE, shipping, BAM, real estate, Duke Realty's off a little bit today. Those look good yesterday. Through this week, ASAN, let's take a look at ASAN. All right, that looks like it's going to follow through. What's AFRM doing? Affirm. All right, inside day. Asan looks the best. Following through, it's up 3% now. It's got an ATR of 750, so you could see another $3 on that one. Asan, ASAN. Look for the ABCD pattern. Look for that signature move away from VWAP. If it breaks above 136.28 and you see volume picking up, that's a good one on Asan, ASAN. All right, that looks good. Okay, so you got relative volume on Asan. That looks good. Looking for the follow through. All right, FedEx looks like it wants to bounce here. All right, VIX. We hit this level several times this morning. Let's see if we get rejected. VIX. BKKT. I see Anna looking at BKKT. All right, it looks good. What's the daily look like? BKKT. All right, Asan, no follow through. VIX is starting to move a bit higher, showing a little bit more strength. SPY probably going to fade a little bit more. Futures fading a bit more. Better to buy the dips, waiting for the dips to buy. All right, so we went from about 60% red to about 80, 85% red on the sectors. Retail looks good. Utilities, builders look good, and communications. That's it. Everything else is red on the day. 80% of sectors are red, so I would be a little cautious, a lot cautious.
Risk to Mideast stability. ARAY, Accuray, a new pick from Banyan Hill in their newsletter. That's Alfa Romeo Alpha Yankee, ARAY.
The high of the day most likely is in for now, unless the sectors change dramatically.
At a high of $5.02.
Well, let's see what
That's Alfa Romeo
Tesla, Lucid, Nvidia, Facebook, AbbVie, Q's, Amazon, Square. What's Square doing? Square dipping. All right, so we'll come back to that. PRGO, high relative volume. PRGO, nope, falling off there. Meta Materials, MMAT, Meta Materials, starting to bounce. Metals and mining were hot this morning. Yeah, that's flat, not really interested. QuantumScape, QS, QuantumScape breaking out. QuantumScape is breaking out. It needs to get above 29. Once it does, you could see a follow through. LAC is another one. LAC breakout. Lithium stocks breaking out. LIT, the ETF, flat at the moment. So these two look good, look the best. LAC, this was on the watch list several weeks ago. Continuation, LAC. Microsoft looks strong. Microsoft looks like it's going to keep going. Nice volume on Microsoft over the last week. Not interested in chasing it here, but it should look good for next week too. Maybe it dips a little bit. VWAP is flat, so the most you probably see is 327.88. Hanging out. If VWAP starts to tilt higher, it'll be because price is starting to take off. Watch Microsoft here, potential for Microsoft. What's Facebook doing? Facebook, flat VWAP. So no momentum here. A lot of stocks have gone to sleep. So should you. NVIDIA, watching NVIDIA. Okay, at VWAP. If it starts to lift away from VWAP, it'll be because of volume. Watch volume here on NVIDIA. Microsoft. Most have flat VWAP, so there's no momentum right now. Watch for VIX to drop off and the buyers to start again. Qs are starting to tick. Qs are ticking up. Qs are ticking up. Watch the Qs here. All right, so Microsoft probably goes here. Microsoft, against my better judgment, probably keeps going. Microsoft. $330, is that possible? Microsoft 330. I see some traders looking at Microsoft for cheap. The 227.50 more likely. Next week, I don't know. Feels like there could be a dip first on Monday, Tuesday. Watch SPY here. If you're scalping today, Microsoft looks pretty good. Starting to tick higher. Looks like it wants to break out. 328. Can it get the high of the day? 328? Maybe. Looks like Microsoft might go. Microsoft watching it. Microsoft, looking for Microsoft to go. Satya Nadella is probably one of the best CEOs out there. Chewy, Michael, you mentioned Chewy on Wednesday, I believe, and yesterday. Chewy, yeah, Chewy looks good. Chewy, nice. Pet owners spend. Chewy looks good for the follow through. No need to chase it at the highs right here, but look for dips on Chewy. That's a good one. I like it. Chewy. Looks like it's going to break out here, Chewy. ATR is $2.80. You can see another dollar. Lulu was showing activity along with Under Armour. Lulu's gone. I'm not going to chase it up here, but Under Armour looks good. On the dip, Under Armour, it's got almost 70 cents ATR. If Under Armour starts to see buyers at the low, that might chase Lulu. All right, there goes Chewy. Chewy going. Chewy's going. Chewy, continuation, Under Armour, UAA, and Lulu. All right, Chewy's going. Chewy looks good. CHWY. Chewy doing quite well today. Let's keep an eye on this one for a minute. Pulling away from VWAP. All right, the volume. Look at the volumes coming in. Chewy. I wouldn't chase it up at the highs. These dips are better if you get another dip like that and the volume picks up again. Fuel cell started moving yesterday. Fuel cell back up to the highs. I was assigned shares of fuel cell back at the 650 strike a few weeks ago. You might have heard me mention it over here. That candle right there where 655, it was 5 cents into the money. I had 5 calls left. I didn't think anything of it. And then I got assigned shares there. And since then, we've seen higher lows and higher highs. Fuel cell looks good. That was the week of the 13th, that Friday close. All right, VIX, can you drop off a bit more? Chewy's still going. I wouldn't chase Chewy. Look for the next little dip. You might get a better entry. Chewy has an ATR of $2.80, so you could see another 80 cents now since we looked at it. Microsoft, looking for the follow through on Microsoft. It's a Friday, so I don't want to chase anything right now. Q's, all right, a little fake out there. Q's fading a little bit more. It doesn't pay to chase anything on a Friday. You have to restrain yourself sometimes. Talking to myself, especially on a Friday, you have to stick to your guns. What's the MO for Fridays? Taking fewer trades. I would trade scalps only. Microsoft looks like it's going to follow through. Let's see what it looks like on Upstart following through. Upstart, UPST. Upstart? I don't see it. What are you looking at here? UPST? Why is my... I'm seeing it lower. I'm seeing it lower. METX, METX. Penny stock, METX. This looks like it's in play. I don't play penny stocks, but if you're trading with Mondo, he's probably looking for 50 cents out of this one. 25, 50 cents. Volume shows it's pretty active. I don't trade these kind of stocks, but I see what you're looking at. Microsoft going. Microsoft is going. High of the day. Microsoft. If you're trading those penny stocks, know who you're trading against, the Tim Sykes of the world. They'll hit it with 20,000 shares, 50,000 shares for 10 cents. Look for the dips to get bought, stocks like METX. All right, Microsoft is a scalp that continues to ramp higher. Microsoft looks good. It's pulling away from VWAP. Look at the volume there. Yeah, special boom for shorts. You guys have to come up with a, like, I don't know, hamburger. All right, Microsoft's still going. Microsoft is still going, working here for the scalps, working, Microsoft. Okay, let's go check out Microsoft on the daily. Check your ATR. If you're scalping on Microsoft, you should know that it's got a ATR of $5.23. It's up 344, so you might see another $2 out of this. I wouldn't think it's a straight shot towards 330. Another $2 would put it very close to 330. If you're scalping it, that's what I'd be looking at. Another $2 on the ATR. All right, that's the maximum potential for the day, unless it turns out to be some like everybody's chasing Microsoft to try to get into it. Kind of like what happened with Enphase, right? Enphase. That's why you don't chase Enphase. You see how it's pulling back already? All right, look for the dip. Look for the dip to get bought. Enphase has had a good week. Great company, great product line in the solar business, as you might know. Microsoft finally upgrading their Windows, right? Operating system, what, the first time in 6 years or something like that? Microsoft. Looked pretty good. Just I had the volume muted, but watching what they were showing on Windows, the operating system, Satya Nadella was presenting it. I thought it was pretty interesting. And subscription model, Microsoft. Let me take a look at Microsoft earnings another time here. Microsoft, in its recent report, had earnings of $2.27 per share on revenue of $45.3 billion. The consensus earning estimate was $2.06, so they beat by 21 cents and beat revenues by 1.3 billion. A lot of people look at Microsoft as the recurring revenues and the subscription-based model type of software company. They also have a lot of contracts with the Department of Defense. So that adds to about $2 billion per year. It was like a $22.8 billion contract that they were awarded. Over 10 years, so basically $2 billion per year. There goes SPY ripping now. Okay, VIX dropping off really hard while I'm chatting away here, watching Microsoft rip to the highs here. Microsoft is going. Go, 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 Microsoft. Microsoft, I'd be selling into strength once I see what happens here on this pivot high that we just put in on SPY and the Qs. If the NASDAQ takes out the highs, Microsoft will probably keep going. So far, so good. So what I was saying before is that you got a flat VWAP unless something changes and volume and price start to pick up like Microsoft is doing. Look at VWAP now and the relative volume on Microsoft. Nice follow through there. What's Chewy doing? Chewy was looking good too. Chewy at the high of the day. All right, I like Microsoft better for obvious reasons. Microsoft. Wow, Microsoft is ripping here. Microsoft doing well. All right, Microsoft taking off to the upside.
EGRU, Project Energy Reimagined Acquisition Corp, opening for trade at $9.85, priced at
Nice job on Microsoft.
Papa Echo Golf Romeo Uniform.
If you traded it on that scalp. SPY looks like it wants to break out, so does the NASDAQ. Sell some into strength, folks. Try to bring the number of positions you have going into Friday close down to a smaller number. I'm talking about myself. I usually do that. The electric car makers not following through today, so I'd like to see those follow through next week.
SONX.
NASDAQ back up, futures back up to the highs. Not quite there, getting rejected. Same with the SPY.
$10 to $11 priced.
VIX is still dropping off, so look for SPY to break out here. VIX is dropping off, so look for SPY to break out.
Higher right holdings, priced at $19, now indicating $18.50 to $19.
SPY should break out here. All right, watch the SPY for the breakout. All right, Microsoft, watching Microsoft. Crocs, looking good. Apple calls, looking for a follow through on Apple. Little bounce. FedEx. FedEx at the high of the day, looking for a follow through on FedEx. VIX still dropping off. Look for SPY to break out here. If you bought that dip on the 456.50 pivot, we're starting to break out. VIX is dropping hard. Nucor looking good. I like Nucor. When is Nucor earnings, by the way, Frank? I was looking at Nucor too. I forgot to take another look at it. It's a Friday. January 3rd. All right, so Nucor reported earnings of $7.28 per share, $7.28. Consensus earning estimate was $7.46, so they missed by 20 cents, 22 cents. And they missed on the revenues, top and bottom line. So Nucor, keep an eye on that one, as well as U.S. Steel, Steel Dynamics, all of those working. Our Microsoft pushing a bit higher. There goes SPY. SPY's breaking out right here, it looks like. If we can get a little bit higher. Futures are trying to take out the high of the morning. We tagged 45.81.75, it looks like. Trying to push higher. Microsoft. Palantir. Looking for the breakout. Volta. Lucid trying to bounce. FedEx trying to follow through. Skills dropping off here. Caterpillar looking for a higher high now. All right, SPY trying to break out. Microsoft, a little pullback there. What's Chewy doing? Chewy probably doing the same thing. Chewy, CHWY, Chewy, hanging out at the high. SPY at the high right here. Okay, flat VWAP. So the most we were looking for is 457.64. If it takes out that level, VWAP will start to rise, and then we could possibly see 458 and change. VIX is starting to turn up now. Rejected at the highs. For the time being, SPY.
NKLA, Nikola, January $19 calls act.
I'm here, folks. I'm just talking with the building inspector, finalizing my inspection for the solar panels. So I am here. I'm just watching, but I'm putting you guys on mute because I'm talking to him.
And Amazon disclosing a 20% stake in electric vehicle maker Rivian.
It's 11 o'clock.
DOGZ, Dogness, getting a pop here, Delta Oscar Golf Zulu. On heavy volume, Dogness reporting their earnings. Dogness reported revenue up 26.9%. Earnings of 5 cents per share versus 33-cent loss in the same period a year ago for DOGZ.
Okay. Thank you for that brief respite. Looking for a SPY to break out here. VIX is at the lows of the day. Looking for Microsoft to take out the highs.
SKLZ, skills more call activity today, the January 12.5 call sweep on Sandy Kilo Lima Zulu, SKLZ.
Skills on the move here. Yeah, I agree with you, Rick. Thank you. Yeah, so the hedges will come off. Hedges will come off on Monday. I guess some of them will be out today. All right, SPY's trying to break out here. SPY trying to break out. SPY should break out now. We're stuck here at the highs of the day. Nope, no follow through. VIX hanging out. Microsoft back up to the highs.
HRT indicating $18 to $18.10. Hotel Romeo Tango.
I guess a new IPO. HRT. MTTR still going. Come on, SPY, you can do this. VIX drop off already. Get the VIX to drop off. All right, SPY should go now. MTTR continues to push higher. There goes SPY. SPY going. Futures going. Here we go. Futures going now.
LOTZ, Carlot's shares getting a pop to the high. Lima Oscar Tango Zulu, LOTZ.
All right, so I passed my inspection for the solar panel, so hopefully they'll flip the switch today. There goes SPY. SPY breaking out. Cool.
Accuray getting another pop here to the high, $5.64.
All right, next leg up. All right, so the morning leg was 455.50 up to 457.50. So the first leg was $2. From 355.50 to 357.50.
HRT shares opening at $18. Priced at $19. That's Hotel Romeo Tango. HRT Higher Right Holdings opening at $18.
If we get an equal leg higher, we should see 459. You follow? So this morning we had this leg here from 455.50 up to 457.50. We pulled back 50%. Now we're taking off look for this leg to push higher by maybe $2. 456, 458.50. That really should say 458.50. Futures looking really strong. Okay, so following through, VIX dropping off. All right, you'd be remiss not to take some profits off in the strength. No guarantees what the hedges coming off on Monday will mean. All right, I'm thinking we see 460, but we'll see. We will see. All right, looking good. SPY looking good. SPY's going to go green here. All right, that'll be good. All right, buy the dip, sell the rip. They're still here. Gamma. That should say gamma. All right, there goes MTTR. New highs here on MTTR. I would sell into strength. MTTR has a tendency to rip to the highs and then come back in. FedEx looks good. FedEx looking for the breakout. Volta, the electrical recharging industry group, those stocks looking good. MGM on the move. MGM on the move. All right, let's see what Las Vegas Sands looks like. Elvis. MGM. MGM, nice little bounce. Looking for MGM to break out of this daily pattern. After this little dip, you got a dip here, you got a dip here. Takes off for a few days. Dip. Can we get a follow through next week maybe? SPY stalling here at the highs.
NXTP, Next Play Technologies, getting mentioned on pennystocks.com as a stock to watch after Facebook's Meta Universe news. That's November X-Ray Tango Papa, NXTP, getting a pop here.
All right, let's see. Let's go take another look again at the stocks that are showing above average volume. Matterport is trading 4 times relative volume.
Priced at $10. That's Charlie Tango Sandy Uniform CCTSU.
Matterport continues to ramp higher. It's trading 4 times normal volume in play. Matterport, it's been in play today, looking good. All right, we're starting to see a little peak at the high here. QuantumScape trading 4 times normal. QuantumScape QS. I like both of these. QuantumScape, look at that candle, nice. LAC following through. LAC breaking out. Lithium America. Okay, looking for the next bounce to follow through. Lithium, LAC. Lithium, nice flag. Opening range breakout, takes off to the upside. VWAP is rising. Bullish, you got RVOL above average. All those look good. All right, looks like we're going to flag again up here. All right, Ford, looking for Ford to do something today. Ford is starting to head towards 17. Ford is breaking higher. Ford is going. Watch Ford here, folks.
GREE, Greenwich Generation, share is popping here. The November $40 call sweep now.
Ford is going here. Watch Ford.
Share is spiking here.
Can we get above 1750?
That's Gulf Romeo Echo.
There's a lot of calls up there. A lot of calls trading. 1750. I'm thinking institutions want to get assigned shares.
Shares of Greenwich Generation popping 2170.
There goes Ford. $10,000 of the 1750s are trading at 2 cents right now. 10,800. Ford, we got 10,000 of those calls just traded. Boom. In one big block there. 1750, they're going for it. Ford, nice little follow through so far. Ford. SPY going now. SPY's on the move. Can we get above 1750? Can we get a blast through 18? That would be kind of cool.
TM Toyota.
Lots of blocks. All of a sudden,
Vehicle plant shifts transformation into high tier.
we got a bunch of blocks here. Let me just take a look at these.
That was from a press release.
458.35, 458.35. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 of those.
That's Gulf Romeo Echo Echo. SONX, Senendo shares opening at $9. Shares were priced at $12. That's Sandy Oscar November X-ray, SONX.
Blocks. We got a whole crap ton of blocks just hit the SPY. 458.35. 458.35. All right, what's Apple doing? Apple just sitting here doing nothing. Ford though, Ford looking interesting. Looking interesting above the range that it traded in yesterday for most of the day. VIX still dropping off. VIX is still dropping off. 458.35. There's a whole crap ton of blocks. We got 12 of those at 251,000 each, and we got 2 at 500. All right.
AMC getting a pop here. Alpha Michael Charlie. The October 29 $36 calls active on Alpha Michael Charlie AMC. Also the November 5 $35 calls active on AMC. Hearing some guidance is out for AMC. TRDA Entrada Therapeutics opening at $26.50, priced at $20. That's Tango Romeo Delta Alpha.
All right, so we're almost green now. $458.35. If we get above that, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. 438, 438, 458.35. Okay, Ford still going. SPY looking good so far. Okay, so what did I tell you this morning? We had a flat VWAP, and we would probably see 457.64 as the high of the day, unless price action started pulling away from VWAP, which it did, and we're doing it on volume. MACD's above its signal line, RSI rising. Looks like they're going to take out 458.40. 460 is the call wall. 460 is the call wall. All right, look at Ford. 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 Looks like they want to get assigned. All right, SPY just below 458.35. That's that level that we were just looking at. All right, looking for a blast higher. Can we see it a little bit more? 458.35. That was yesterday's close. SPY 458.35. All those blocks. Yesterday's close.
AMC shares hitting 36.52 at the high. Twitter account reporting some guidance from the company, not confirmed as of yet.
Nice work by the way, Mikey, on SPY, the gamma. I just shared that on StockTwits.
GREE, Greenridge Generation, continuing to spike here off of that earlier call activity. Golf Romeo Echo Echo now at 22.49, up about 10%. That's Golf Romeo Echo Echo GREE.
All right, looking for a follow through. All right, VIX is trying to turn here. VIX trying to turn. Ford. All right, those 1750 They're up, let's see, the 1750s. When I looked at them, they were 2 cents. At the offer, 2 cents at the offer. Currently, they are 5 cents. So you got a nice 150%. LAC, I like LAC. Ethereum, Lulu, Livent Corporation. All of those look good, Grover. Thank you, Grover.
SQ Square, the January 20.
VIX is about to roll over. Bear flag. VIX bear flag.
Trading now.
All right. Looks like they want to get assigned. Ford is going, folks.
That's Sandy Quebec, SQ.
All right. All right, so far so good. They're going to push this above 1750. That'd be kind of cool. Still going. There we go. SPY breaking out now. All right. Nice move on SPY. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you bought today's calls on the dips, congratulations. Nice work. Looks like we could get more out of these. 20 cents this morning bid on the SPY calls. They're up 100% now. All right. SPY.
BWMX, Betterware de Mexico, Executive Chairman Luis Campos and Andres Campos, CEO, to appear on Benzinga's Power Hour show at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time today. That's Bravo Whiskey, Michael X-Ray, BWMX. GEVO, hitting new high, $7.15, seeing the November 7.5 calls now on Golf Echo Victor Oscar.
Ford, what are you doing, Ford? Ford's still going. Looks like they want to get assigned. We're 20 cents away from in the money. Ford 20 cents away from in the money. Those 1750 calls. VIX trying to push higher now. Ford still moving higher.
PFE, Pfizer, Canada says decision on whether to approve use of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for those aged 5 to 12 will not come before mid to end of November. That's PFE, Pfizer, Papa Foxtrot Echo, PFE. AURA, Oral Biosciences, opening for trade at $14.10. IPO priced at $14. That's Alpha Uniform Romeo Alpha, AURA.
All right, we got 20 minutes to go for the lunchtime. I would be taking profits off into strength over the next 25, 45 minutes, something like that. Afternoon, things start to taper off. We've got a nice little build here so far, so don't let it go to waste. Looking for one more pop to the highs, VIX to roll over. Next pop into lunch, I would be taking profits if not already. We ran into some resistance where we traded before, right there. 458.35 was that, all those blocks that came in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 of them now. 14 of them, 251,000. And we got two that were 502,000 in those blocks. Google looking good. I see you trading it there, Rob. Google looks good.
ARRS, AirScope
Nice work, Dow,
shares opening
on the
at
Apple calls.
84 cents. The IPO is priced at $11 per share. That's Alpha India Romeo Sandy AIRS. SRAX, a new Zax blockchain pick. Sandy Romeo Alpha X-ray, SRAX. SRAX shares spiking here. $6.33. That's Sandy Romeo Alpha X-ray. SRAX. GREE, green.
Are we starting to pull back a little more now?
Continuing to make new highs. 23.50 now, up about 15%. That's Golf Romeo Echo Echo GREE. MTTR Matterport share is getting a pop to the high on volume. Michael
MTTR going.
Tango Romeo MTTR.
MTTR popping. MTTR going. All right, VIX, looking for a lower high in VIX, looking for a higher low on the SPY. So far, we're pulling back from that level where we closed yesterday, all those blocks traded. Looking for a bounce for confirmation or rejection to tell us that institutions have positioned there at 458. Matterport coming back from the highs now. Sell into strength. FedEx at the highs, just off the highs of the day. FedEx. All right, VIX, come on, roll over. Roll over. Let's get above. Let's hop above 458.50 and head for 460 maybe.
DXCM, Dexcom, new pick from Investors Business Daily. Delta X-Ray Charlie Michael, DXCM.
DXCM. DXCM following through. IBD pick. DXCM Delta X-Ray Charlie Michael. Dexcom with a D. Let's see who this is. Hold on a second. Man, these people are really trying hard to sell you extended warranties, huh? The lady just kept talking. I told her, I got a new car, lady. Okay, I see Russell talking about the dollar. Take a look at the dollar Japanese yen pair. That usually tells you more than just the dollar itself. If the dollar Japanese yen pair is moving higher, that's bullish for economic improvement. Right now it's just flagging. So UUP you're talking about? The dollar basically in a big cup and handle pattern. UUP. All right, so I'm not that worried about that. SPY pushes higher and then consolidating. Look for a higher low and for a higher high. Cisco, let's take a look at Cisco. Cisco doing anything? What's it going to do? Trying to get above the 50-day, but consolidating. No momentum there. Cisco. LAC, Lithium, America, looking for a follow-through.
DXCM, Dexcom shares popping to the highs, following that pick from Investors Business Daily. 583.09 the high now on Delta X-Ray Charlie Michael, DXCM.
SPY looking like a higher low. SPY potential higher low here. Watch for VIX to roll over. Above 458.35 blocks equal bullish.
PSFE, PaySafe, seeing some call activity now. The November 7 call sweep, top of Sandy Foxtrot Echo, PSFE.
Ford looking for a higher low. Plenty of time left in the day for them to put that above 1750, maybe 18 on the day. Would be kind of cool. Roku's off $6. Roku not going in the right direction. Roku, I'm out of that one. It's not working. Roku, I'm out of it. FedEx still squeezing at the highs. FedEx still squeezing. Apple pushing a bit higher. Looks like it's if it can clear 149, Apple should keep going. SPY got a higher low. VIX is moving lower, a lower high on VIX. If we get above 458.35, that's where 14 million shares in blocks have traded. All right, that would be the level where I'd be watching for a break above. Apple turning higher. All right, SPY looks like it wants to take out the highs, close green on the day.
MTTR, Matterport, the November 20 calls active now. Michael Tango, Tango Romeo, MTTR. Shares of Matterport just off the highs now, 21.90. That's Michael Tango, Tango Romeo, MTTR.
All right, nice Green Day song playing in my head when I come around. Here comes SPY. All right. Array on the dip, A-R-A-Y. What's Array? I'm not familiar with that company. Array, I'm seeing some scuttlebutt about Array, A-R-A-Y. It's a cheap stock. Array. November 3rd is earnings. Accuray, radiation oncology company, develops, manufactures, sells, and supports precise treatment solutions. Accuray, radiation oncology company that develops, manufactures, and sells and supports precise treatment solutions like CyberKnife systems and tomotherapy systems. Last time around, reported a loss of a penny. Consensus estimates was a loss of a penny. All right, so looking for that to do something.
VIEW, view the
Apple's still moving higher.
January 7.5 call sweep now. Victor India Echo Uniform, VIEW.
All right, SPY still following through. 458.35 is the level we need to go to get above all of those blocks. All those blocks clearing here.
Shares of View Inc. getting a pop to the high, $5.42. That's Victor. India Echo Whiskey, VIEW.
All right, so if we can't get above this level, I would say sell your calls and just be done with it. VIX is trying to hold here.
GREE, Greenwich Generation, moving back towards the highs of the day now. Following that call activity earlier, now hitting 24.34 at the high. That's GREE. Continuing with fairly heavy volume.
All right, Ford, next leg here. Ford, next leg higher.
20%.
Watch Ford here.
GREE.
All right, SPY looking for a follow through.
EFE, Pfizer, and BNTX, BioNTech, New York Times reporting that the Pfizer vaccine for kids expected to get authorization today, Friday. That's Papa Foxtrot Echo, Bravo November Tango X.
Pfizer.
BNTX. It's 12 o'clock. BFIN, Bank Financial, extends and expands share buyback program. That's Bravo Foxtrot India November.
All right, Pfizer's trying to push higher. SPY takes some more profits off.
SLGC, Soma Logic getting a pop here to the high.
SPY.
Andy Lima Golf Charlie.
Those calls went from 20 cents to
SLGC,
35 cents, backed off to 30 cents, so a 50% gain, that's fine. From this low here, the 459 call, the 458s were up over 100%.
WKEY, WiseKey,
There's still a possibility that it rallies. They rally it into the
Kilo Echo
evening
Tango,
session.
WKEY.
All right, so VIX is hanging in there. We're right below those blocks that traded 458.35.
WiseKey's founder and CEO was interviewed by Steve Bannon on warroom.org about Transhuman Quote bestseller book and Need to Humanize Technology. That's WKEY.
WST. West Pharma starting to move higher. West Pharma. Looks good on the daily.
Getting a pop on that.
Let's see. Anna's looking at GREE. GREE. Wow. Wow. Nice trade there, Anna. Nice one. GREE. Coming off the lows. GREE. Looking for a move through 25. Don't chase it here. Looks good from this morning. GREE. Yeah, looks like we could keep going here. SPY watching for a bounce. All right, if we take out that 458.35, I might buy Monday's calls. Give myself a little bit more time. I don't want to get a sign today. 458s. The 459s are going for 90 cents. The 450, that's 50 delta. The 459 is a 40 delta, so that looks good. If we go here. All right, SPY, I'm going to buy these calls. If we get above 458.50, I'm going to buy those calls for Monday. If we can get above 458.35, that's telling me that they want this to run to 460 at least. Agree. Nice job there, Anna. All right, looks like we're going to go, folks. VIX is rolling over. All right, looks like we're going to bust a move here. Looks like we're going to bust a move. Let's take a look at the Qs. We've got Apple moving higher. I might buy some shares of Apple down here, by the way. Had a nice move off the low. Apple. That's Qs. Apple. Qs. Apple looks good. Following through. On the next dip, if we hold, I might buy some Apple shares. Apple had great earnings, you know. Some supply chain issues that spooked some people. They sold the news. People that have been long since 140, that double bottom.
Greenwich Generation, more calls now. The November 30 call sweep. Golf Romeo Echo Echo.
Agree. Lots of volume here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at these things. The 25 call is $4. Still going. Looks good. Gree. SPY looks like it wants to go. SPY looks like it wants to go. If it hops above 458.50,
Shares of Greenwich Acquisition, Greenwich Generation, correction, Greenwich Generation hitting 25.65 at the high.
all right, Gree, watch for that to pull in a little bit. They start selling a lot of out of the money calls. That's they're reaping the premium. Looks like they're selling premium up there at the high. Come on, let's do this, SPY. Let's get it out of the way. At the highs of the day. All right, it's 12 o'clock. Let's see what these guys have to say. Let's see what Mr. Obnoxious has to say.
I mean, I don't know what he's doing on a day-to-day basis, and so far be it to me to
Scott,
try to speak for him because he's not sitting here right now.
Let me be more helpful here. Let me be more helpful here because it doesn't, whoever's doing what doesn't matter. Here's the most important thing. Apple has bought back fully 25% of its shares over the last 6 years, and they are continuing to generate the cash flow to continue to do that. So this is Warren Buffett's mentality. It's my mentality on the core position as well, which is to say you are owning an ever-increasing concentrated share of earnings that will continue to grow. They continue to buy back those shares. You're a bigger owner just with what you hold. That's more important than who's got a trading position or who doesn't.
Well, I mean, the street is out overwhelmingly backing the stock up, Pete. Morgan Stanley, Katie Huberty, your favorite analyst, reiterates overweight. That got the price target to 164.
She did.
From 166. JP Morgan, overweight, reiterates. Just assume I'm reiterating all these. Overweight, Piper Sandler, 180, 175 respectively on the price target.
I've got no less. I've got
UBS 175
no less than
is the price
10
target there.
calls,
Anything to be
spam
concerned
calls
about for the
on
longer
extending
term
my
this
warranty.
quarter, Pete, or is
Okay,
it
here
just
goes SPY.
Trying to find something out of nothing.
Yeah, I think that's probably more likely. But I think that the reality is we do know that the supply chain is a bit of an issue. And regardless of that, you take a look at what they actually put up, Scott, and you already hit on it. But I think the reality is when you put up a record quarter for revenue and you're also dealing with supply constraints, I think that's a major issue. That's amazing that Apple still was able to produce what they did. And when you look down the line and you look at iPad and you look at some of the different categories, they absolutely knocked it out. And so when you look at services up 26%, absolutely extraordinary. How do you get revenues to get up that percentage as well? I mean, across the board, they did extremely well despite the
Here we go. SPY's about to go.
supply constraints. So I think looking forward, that's probably what holds me back. You asked, why didn't we buy stock? Why didn't we add to our position? I was thinking about it. I was debating it, but my
SPY
issue is
looking
look at the
good.
results today. So basically, we're looking at a stock that's essentially flat for the week. I think we started off the week right around 148. Here we are at the end of the week after an up.
All right, we're going for 100% now on those 459 calls. 100%.
That's kind of what Apple is right now. I think it's kind of a wait and see kind of an issue that we're dealing with here. I still love the stock. If it dipped significantly, I would buy it. But it didn't dip significantly today. It was down a couple of percent. That's it, 3 or 4% at the most. So I think there will be opportunities probably to buy Apple at a much more of a discount rate at some point, but it's not today.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe today is the statement day that says it's not going to go lower. It's not going to give you that chance. I don't know. Carrie, when you look at Apple versus Amazon, you actually added to Amazon today instead of adding to Apple. Why'd you do that?
VIX dropping off.
Well, I think there are two reasons. One is that if you look at the near term, and we know that the holiday season is coming up.
458 call for Monday. I bought those. 11-1.
To ensure that there's going to be delivery to customers and not snags and supply chain problems. And they talked about that on the call.
There's nothing
They
they can
also are big in the cloud.
Right? I mean, they can't.
Well,
Supply chain
I think
issues are
there's a
supply
lot
chain
Interrupt
issues, right? I mean, they got
midstream in
labor
her
cost issues,
conversation there,
mentioned steel. I
Wapner.
mean, they have a whole host of
God, he's
issues,
so
which is why
annoying.
Kramer today says Apple's much better than Amazon in terms of where they are right now and the headwinds that each are currently facing.
Well, I think what Jim is saying is that because Apple is dominant in the phone space and they have a new phone out there, that they're going to continue to see that steady growth that comes with sales of iPhones and services. But what Amazon has is the advantage of being the largest in their vertical also. When you think about retail and the holiday season, there is nobody that can compete with Amazon for getting ships and
There goes SPY.
slots and all of the
Futures, NASDAQ futures, SPY, ripping here.
supplying to the customers. No one can compete with Amazon. I think that's clear. And that's what they're investing in right now. And we think that given the underperformance, big underperformance of Amazon since February, there's upside to the stock over the next 6 months where there isn't that same upside in the near term for Apple. So we're adding to Amazon. We have a 4+%.
There goes the
rate in Apple.
futures.
We don't feel that requires more of a commitment, but we do like what we're seeing with the price of Amazon right here and would be adding. And the cloud is also very
Apple
much
following
in
through.
And then, Pete, there is MSFT, the new biggest company by market cap on planet Earth. $2.5 trillion, just shy of that, rounding up a little bit.
Microsoft looks like it's going to go again.
Stock currently up 1%, 329.52 was the high of the day. I repeat the question I asked a couple days ago when I think I had you call in or Zoom in or Skype in or whatever you did to come in. Is this now the best FANG to own right now?
Yes, is the answer. It's really easy, I think, because when you look at it, there were no excuses. When you look at Microsoft, no excuses. All they did was perform, and they performed in every single category, whether you want to look at gaming, cloud, whatever you want to look at. Microsoft absolutely hit a home run, and they continue to grow themselves into all kinds of different areas, and the growth rate, even in the security solutions category that we rarely talk about.
Microsoft's right on the BC pivot right here.
They absolutely hit a home run, and I can tell you this, Scott, too. We didn't get a chance to talk about this the other day on Wednesday when I called in, but the options in there continue to be bought looking for upside, even on Wednesday after we'd gotten those numbers and we were looking at a stock that was running to the
VIX
upside.
at the lows.
They were still buying calls. They were still buying options to the upside, expecting even more. Matter of fact, going out to next week's 330 strike calls, they were buying those. They were buying this week's expiring 320 calls.
Yep.
And they have done
Yep, that's true.
extremely well with those. They only bought 32,000
Saw that.
of those, so whoever they
SPY.
is had a really, really nice trade going there. So I continue to look at this name, and they are hitting on all cylinders, and they aren't slowing down. They're accelerating to the upside. So when I look across,
Futures continue to ramp higher on buy signals.
Apple's just fine. I'm not worried about Apple, but they've got some reasons why they're probably going to be constrained for a while, and I don't expect to see a huge spike. Microsoft, on the other hand, has room to run, and I think that they will continue to run to the upside, and that's what the options are telling us as well.
Right, Jim, former Jim, because you own Microsoft too. Microsoft's like, what supply chain problems are you talking about? Because we're not really, we don't have to deal with that.
That's true. They don't have to deal with supply chain.
Exactly. I wanted you to finish the sentence. If you're Microsoft, if you're Google, you're not making physical things that require components to be shipped from continent to continent. So that's why they're killing it right now, and probably that lasts for the near-term future. But you know what's weighing over the markets overall, and you see it in Apple today, is the supply chain shortages. And anybody that's making something, doesn't matter whether it's smartphones or cars, is feeling the effect. So you have to ask yourself, as an investor, how long will it last? The answer to that question is not knowable right now, but I'm going to tell you, I don't think this is something that's going to last 2 years. I think it's going to be cleared up over the next 2 to 6 months. And remember, the market's going to anticipate this. So the slightest whiff of supply chain bottlenecks easing, and those stocks that are manufacturing things, including Apple, are going to start roaring. But for the next week or two, yeah, Microsoft, Google, they're not making physical things. God bless them. They're going to do great.
Let's mark something rather significant. The S&P 500 hitting 4,600 for the very first time ever. And that tells a great story about the resiliency of the stock market itself. That if I would have told you coming into this week that Apple
When
and
did the
Amazon
S&P
are going to
hit
significantly
4,600?
miss their earnings reports, and yet on that very same after day, in the reaction to those earnings, the S&P would hit 4,600, a new record high, you probably would have said, you're crazy. Well, that's what you got, because the market has come back. It's just off of that level right now, but trust me, it did touch that, a new record high for the S&P 500. On that note, let's bring in Brian Belsky. He is BMO Chief Investment Strategist. Good day.
Yeah, we did. Okay.
Mr. Belsky, welcome back. I mean, the resiliency of this market, I don't know what more you can say.
Your Honor, thanks for having us. I think resiliency is the word for the day, and it's the word for 2020 and 2021. And I think for 2022, it's going to be consistency of earnings and consistency of fundamentals. I mean, we've been saying for several months now that the market is transitioning to more of an earnings-driven, fundamentally based market. And with that, Scott, returns become a little bit more volatile, which we've seen, but they remain consistent.
Yeah, you
in terms
did.
of their
We did hit
upward
4,600. How you like
and
that
we
shit?
remain very, very comfortable with our
4,600.02.
target for year end. We'll be publishing our year ahead forecast for 2022 within the next month or so.
Can we catch up with the
We don't see
S&P?
any change in our overall attitude. I think
4650 is the call
return
wall.
structure of stocks, quite frankly, may look a little different in 2022.
What a
but I
nice
don't wanna
day.
put the cart in front of the horse here.
So nothing matters, really, to the market? I mean, seasonality is good, earnings are good enough. What's
Seasonality is
the
actually good,
potential
yes.
thing that knocks you off the horse?
SPY.
Well, I think maybe a misstep from the Fed and how they're communicating. I mean, they want information right away in the society.
New highs.
Business, Scott, and
New
with
highs.
respect to how they're positioning.
All right, so we got to catch up with the S&P.
When ultimately you're going to raise rates, you've seen such a reactionary trading environment, especially within tech, which we've been fighting against in our work with respect to our published analysis. We've been trying to talk investors off the ledge from selling tech. But I think
RSI is
what's
still
happening,
rising.
especially last night when you heard and listened to the conference calls, the supply chain blame game is in full effect, which really sets up another under-promise, over-deliver type of scenario. But bottom line is, the way that Apple and Amazon in particular were able to actually put up the numbers that they did are unbelievable. And we've owned Apple in our Hallmark portfolio that we've run now for over 9 years in BMO consecutively for 112 months. And I don't see any reason to sell it. And in fact, it's giving you an opportunity to really be
All right, SPY still going.
investor, Scott, maintaining a core position of 4%, and when it goes down, you just add to it. That's how I would play these games.
I know, but that's kind of a backdoor way of saying, yeah, I mean, I've got Apple, and I like tech, but I don't love it because it's market weight in your portfolio. Why don't you have it as overweight? You can't have it one way and not the other.
Great question. If you take tech, and we kind of look at tech and communication services the same way. Remember, they broke up many of these communication services names out of technology. And I think there could be a potential positive for technology with respect to its market weight, Scott, going forward when Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal leave the sector. I think that has not been talked about enough, number one. Number two, if you take tech and communication services together, it's 40% of your portfolio.
SPY has another $1.50 to go.
That's really, really good. And I love that number 40%, especially given that tech and communication services are our favorite sectors for the next 3 to 5 years, because I think that's where the growth in the economy is. And actually, I think technology is deflationary. Yep, I said it, deflationary. And so from a secular basis, we'll continue to be very, very bullish longer term, but it really speaks to why you should be a stock picker and not buying ETFs, especially when it comes to technology.
No, I know, but okay, well, but you finished it by saying, I was going to say, well, you love the financials, but then you said, well, especially when it comes to technology. So buying ETFs and financials is okay because you still love that group?
Well, no, actually, from an ETF perspective and from a thematic perspective for financials, scale has been our theme for years, and it continues. And oh, by the way, it's working. So you look at scalable assets within financial.
All right, S&P Spiders have another $1.50 to go to get to that 4,600 level, 460 SPY.
Scenario, which, oh, by the way, is going to continue to be low relative to history.
They have been off a little bit lately.
Big money. So that's why we love the big money center banks in the United States, and for that matter, the 5 big Canadian banks in Canada, because they act very similar to J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman, and Bank of America.
And the other issue that was maybe going to be a headwind for the market was the Biden agenda, which looks to be watered from the,
All right, we need to see a pop on Ford to sell into out of this flag. Look for a little pop above 1750. Maybe it runs to 18.
which could be even more inflationary than you already have, and a more punitive
Crap ton of volume today.
structure that could be more punitive than people thought, actually was going to come to fruition now.
100%. And if you go back and look at what happened in 2020 and into 2021, everyone was worried about the blue wave hitting, and we've had to come out once again during that time frame after the election, first off, and then once the blue wave became an actuality, and really reinforce that politics have nothing to do with the absolute performance of the stock market. It can either enhance or detract. Clearly, with the agenda not pushing through as much as they thought, now we have a midterm election next year. We're going to start talking more about that with respect to its impact. But I think it's good that they were unable to do all of these things. Because remember, we're a free market and free open society with respect to being a capitalist here in the United States. And I think growth is what, in companies, is what really matters. And it just reinforces that again. We have the best companies in the world, and I think they're going to benefit from less regulation, less taxes, and the like.
What happens if the Fed doesn't make an error, as you suggest, but rates still move higher? Doesn't that, in and of itself, compress the multiple of the market?
It's a great question. And look what happened at the tails of this year, Scott, right? So the first quarter you had what the bond yield did, and then recently when you've seen the 10-year Treasury, everyone's going to be spooked by the bond market. Remember, been a 40-year bull market in bonds. They've got the power. They've got the money.
53,000.
I just think that we're going to probably be a little bit lower for longer than everybody thinks. And I go back to 2012, 13, and I held ourselves accountable and looked at our work, and we were calling for the Fed to be more aggressive then, and they didn't even do anything until 2014. So I think this is going to take longer.
Here we go. Ford's starting to go. Ford's starting to go. Watch it here. Ford's starting to go.
Aren't you guys like Minnesota guys together?
Oh yeah, we're brothers, man. We're brothers, and we both have places down in Florida. So Brian, right now, if you had to just pick one sector, though, I know you're all over the map. You've got financials, you've got technology, you've got all these different.
Ford's
things.
about to go here,
Is there
folks. Watch
one
Ford.
Specific sector where you say, you know what, this one sector is absolutely going to stand out. This was a question that Scott and the gang from CNBC asked all of us going into the second half of the year. So I'm asking you the same question.
Well, you're going to be surprised, but I think it's materials because you've seen what's happened in Freeport-McMoRan and some of the steel stocks and some of the chemical stocks. And plus, you're also talking, Pete, about a 3% sector in the market where if you're a tracking error portfolio manager, I think that's where you can really make a lot of hay. Remember, this is a sector that's underperformed. And I do think we're going to see a manufacturing renaissance in 2022. We're going to continue, to make battery-powered cars. I think that's the theme. So Freeport-McMoRan would be my pick.
There goes SPY. SPY.
And I just think that's going to be a place over the next 6 months that people have been underinvested. We could really see a nice pop.
Hey, Brian, I'm going to let you.
Ho, ho, ho. Here we go with SPY. SPY's on the move.
Getting 4,600 for the first time ever. We'll see you soon.
All right, so we got the $1.50 to make up here. We got $1 to make up.
I wanted to get to before we go, and I sort of jumped ahead, Pete, because we did hit 4,600, and another new record on the S&P was this Facebook name change to Meta, as everybody knows now. And you bought more Facebook calls.
Yeah, and I like what we're seeing here, Scott, because they're getting aggressive again, looking to the upside. For a while there, we weren't seeing that. It just completely fell off.
Blocks, more blocks. Yeah, I got some sell blocks here on SPY. They're starting to sell 458.35. We're above that level, so those are at the bid.
So that was pretty aggressive buying. That actually makes me get very interested again that maybe this is a stock that can start moving again back to the upside rather than having as much pressure on it as it has. It made a nice move already this morning. It's starting to ease back a little bit. We'll have to see over the next couple of days as we get into next week what this stock's really going to be able to do. I don't think it's about the name change, though, Scott. I think it's about the direction in which Zuckerberg is directing this company and this pivot that they're making right now from Facebook.
Taking some profits off on those spy calls. I sold half of them.
About what the metaverse can be, but I mean, I think the way people are talking about this, they're still Facebook. The core business is the core business. Let's not kid ourselves.
No doubt.
Philip Morris became Altria. They sold cigarettes at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
I know we're trying to think of what's going to be there 10 years from now or 5 years from now or whatever with the metaverse, but I mean, let's not act like this is a different company today than
He's
it was
trying to
2
sound
years
so
ago.
smart, Wapner here.
I completely agree with you. I just think it's the pivot to the direction that they want to move, and I don't think it has anything to do with the name change whatsoever. You're exactly right, Scott. I mean, regardless of what the name is, people will still refer to it as Facebook. We still call Alphabet Google. So we get used to certain names. We're going to call it by certain names. We know it's virtually the same company still that it once was, although the direction, I believe, is getting moved. And that pivot point is starting now where he being Zuckerberg, is absolutely focused, dead focused on money and how much they want to spend and move themselves in that direction. So I think they are extremely committed to the next move. Not that they're changing Facebook, but the next move for Facebook in terms of direction and verticals going forward.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about Starbucks. It's selling off big time today after missing its revenue estimates. A bunch of price targets have been cut as well. We have ownership on the committee. We'll talk about all of that next.
All right, we got 2 more blocks at the bid here. 2 more blocks at the bid. They're red. They're at the bid. And those were above those, bullish above. Bullish above 458. $458.35. All right, nice trading day today for a Friday. This is really unusual, so this strength is telling you there's a lot more in this, most likely. Net, nice follow through on net. Funny. You guys are cracking me up. Hamburger dinner? Anybody take puts today? Dollar higher. Okay. SPY still going. Those calls are up over 100% now. The 459s, 458s are up 150%. Nice work there. If you traded SPY calls that expired today from the dip this morning, it was a bet, but the bet paid off. The dip got bought first thing. 459s are big move now. They are 70 cents.
Welcome back. I'm Rahel Solomon. And
250%.
CBC News update at this hour. Trump critic and Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger will not seek re-election. Kinzinger is one of 2 Republicans on the congressional panel investigating the January 6th insurrection on Capitol Hill. He joins a small but growing list of Republican Trump critics,
and Congress deciding to bow out. Federal regulators are asking transit agencies across the country to conduct inspections in the wake of the Washington, D.C. subway derailment. Inspections and repairs of rail cars in Washington are forcing sharply reduced service through at least November 15th. A judge says that Louisiana's biggest health system cannot fire or discipline workers who refuse to get their COVID shots. He says that Oxnard Health must wait until the legality of its vax mandate is decided. Oxnard workers have faced a deadline today to show proof of vaccination. And on the news tonight, vaccine deadlines in New York City and Los Angeles, and the latest on challenges by workers refusing vaccination. That's tonight at 7 Eastern. Scott, you're now up to date. I'll send it back to you.
Well, appreciate that very much. Thank you. Let's talk about the stock market once again because the NASDAQ joins the party today. Just hits a record high, joining the S&P 500, which is now trading about 3.5 points above 4,600, hitting that milestone just a few moments ago as well.
VIX is chopping around here.
Stocks, especially after Apple
Looking for
and
dips
Amazon
to get
went on
bought.
the market earlier.
Looking for the
Those
dips
stocks
to
are
get
coming off
bought.
their worst levels. It's helped the overall market too. Let's talk about Starbucks because that stock is lower. All right, Jim. Coming off earnings, big revenue miss.
LYV being mentioned by Charlie.
Because you've got Stifel downgrading the stock to hold from buy. The price target goes to 112 from 130. Morgan Stanley cuts the target. Wells Fargo cuts the target. Cowen, Wedbush, Barclays, Oppenheimer, Credit Suisse cuts the target. What about Lebenthal, and Lebenthal?
Thank you for giving me two brothers I didn't know I had. Listen, I don't think you're supposed to step in and buy the stock here.
Farmer Jim Capital?
Huh?
Farmer Jim Capital?
I do like that, but no, listen, I want to be direct here. I don't think you're supposed to step in and buy the stock here. This
No,
was a very
of course
disappointing
not.
quarter, and there's very little in the way of a catalyst to look for in the near term. I don't think it goes down from here, but I think this is very much going to be like Disney over the past 7 months. It's just going to be in a consolidation phase. For me personally, this is a below average size position in my portfolio, and I'll tell you, I'm actually thinking this may be something I'm trimming. If you're asking why not
Microsoft
today,
looking for the
because I don't
breakout
think the
above
enterprise
330
is
now.
7% less today just because of one quarter's lousy earnings.
Okay, SPY still has some room to run. It's got another 95 cents to go to get to 460. S&P has already been there.
Pound the table on this.
Already tagged it.
Sure. I've got you, by the way, at AICM. That's the new acronym for your firm. That's all in capital management. So we're gonna go with that.
I like that.
Pete,
I like that.
you see activity in Starbucks?
Yeah, there's a little bit of activity, Scott. When the stock was getting hammered pretty far down there, it was trading right around 104. They were actually reaching out and buying the November 107 calls. So about 4,000 of those trading. I will say this, not as much activity as you might expect on a day where the stock is getting, basically punished to the downside, 6, 7, 8% to the downside. Usually we would see a lot more activity, whether that means they're going to be starting to accelerate and buy more puts because they're more concerned about that downside, or looking for an oversold and looking for the upside. We just aren't seeing a whole lot other than what I'm seeing here, which is November, looking for a little bit of a turn. Not a huge sharp turn, but at least some turn with the 107 calls with the stock at 104. I'll tell you what, I still wonder about, the growth factors for this company right now, given the fact of the backdrop, what's going on in China, as well as here, labor shortage, all the things that we all know. I'm still not as big a fan as a lot of folks, just because I look at that PE level, it still feels very, very stretched to me right now.
Kerry, it's interesting. You're willing to give Amazon the benefit of the doubt, if you will, when it comes to a big investment that company is making into its future, but not so much with Starbucks, which admits it's an investment year, and you may not get the reward for another full calendar year plus. Why the willingness to give the benefit of the doubt one place and not the other?
I'm glad you've asked me that question, Scott, because I've got the answer prepared. The investment in Amazon's case has lots to do with technology, infrastructure, many things other than human capital. And in Starbucks' case, it is purely about people. Even though they're paying $17 an hour or whatever the rate has been at Starbucks, at the top of their competitors, they have to pay more. That's the only thing they really talked about investing in on the call. And Amazon is investing across many different areas, including human capital and labor. So I think there's a big difference between the two, and I understand why the market has differentiated.
Energy, best performing sector of the month. Big oil stocks reporting. Strong numbers today as well. We're going to get the trades. Exxon, Chevron, some of the others that our committee owns. We'll do it right after this break.
UDMY, Udemy shares opening at $27, priced at $29. That's Uniform Delta Michael Yankee, UDMY. Udemy.
Apple, nice bounce off the 50-day. What a beautiful place to bounce, huh? Volume, all right, so if we can manage to close green on the day, which don't see that happening, but that would be a green bar. That would be lovely if we did. If we did, that would be lovely. I don't see that happening though. You know, we're down too much. That said, if you've been trading SPY calls this morning, the dips keep getting bought. So we've dipped back to the 9 or 21 on the 5-minute charts, the 9 or 21 EMA on the 5-minute charts. Every time we dip down there, VIX turns over, drops off, does the exact opposite, produces a lower high, and SPY takes off to the upside for about an hour and a half. Now that we're into the after lunch hour, I would say probably looking for liquidity start dry up now. If it hasn't already started, liquidity should start to dry up. We had to have a lot of blocks today, 458.35. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 million shares have traded at 458.35, and we're above those blocks. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal. All right, 458.35. All right, SPY. Great job today. Great job putting in a new high. S&P 500's already tagged 4,600, so you know that maybe SPY sees it today sometime. The high last was 46.02. 46.04 is the high. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So we had a nice run here. What's that, 13 days? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Earnings. There's Chevron and Exxon.
13, day 13.
2017, Pete. Chevron, the highest profit in 8 years. Interesting. You dumped your Exxon calls.
I did. As a matter of fact, I've actually trimmed up a lot on the energy front, Scott. Not for any negative reasons. It just slowed down in terms of the options themselves just aren't as much there as they were. They were absolutely dominating for many, many months, going back about 10, 11 months, and then it completely dried up. But I will say this, the Chevron number was absolutely extraordinary. When you look at that free cash flow and the revenue growth of 80%, that's a monstrous number that they put up. And they had an unbelievable quarter, as you just mentioned. Exxon also really strong, but I've pivoted a lot myself over towards the EV space. Everything I'm seeing these days seems to be somewhere in the electronic vehicles, whether that means it's Tesla, and it's not just Tesla, it's NIO, it's QuantumScape, it's all these various names that we talk about, XPeng. They just continue to hit day after day after day. NIO, Lucid. Lucid's another one. That's been an absolute rip-roaring home run as it continues to run to the upside and has had nothing but option activity in all of those various names. It really has dominated. It feels a lot like we felt with energy for a while. I don't know how long this will last, but I flipped out of a lot of different positions in the energy space, moved over to the EV space.
You didn't mention Nikola. You're trading options in that too?
I am. I actually bought some of those options today, yes. Scott, every one of these names seems to hit on a daily basis and multiple times during the day. Lucid being by far the most aggressive, but they're all very interesting to see all these different various spots, whether it's batteries themselves or the EV, the car makers. It's everything within that space that's been very, very aggressively bought in terms of the options looking for upside.
Yeah. Man, that stock's down 41% over a year. All right, Shan, what's your view on energy? As we said, best performing sector of the year. Pete realizes his exposure is a little too big, needs to pare it back. What's your current view?
Yeah, we've been light, Scott, and for a while. We used to own the integrateds, both Exxon and Chevron, and we've really trimmed up and actually taken our bets more in the E&P space, in names like Valero, because we feel like there's some additional juice there. And so that probably persists a little bit longer, but I do think energy prices are going to start to stabilize here. So if you are overweight, like Pete's been, like some other members of the committee have been, I think it probably does make some sense to take some profits here with some of these good earnings that we're going to see this quarter.
All In Capital's got a couple of interesting positions. Marathon Petroleum, Marathon Oil. They're reporting next week along with Conoco and BP.
Yeah, I'd be scaling out of energy.
Listen, I hear what Shannon just said. Shannon knows I love and respect her. I disagree. I don't think you're supposed to trim here. I will note that the market for energy stocks, traditional energy stocks, it seems really jittery, okay? It seems like people are quick on the trigger to sell. You had great quarters from Exxon, Chevron, Phillips 66, and yet all of them are off of their intraday highs. People are taking profits, but here's the end of the day story. You've got a huge supply-demand mismatch that's going to last well into next summer. So I think you've got 2 more quarters coming of good share price performance, and you just got to buckle your seatbelt if you're overweight like I am and get through the jitters.
All right, we have more trades coming up. Pete has unusual activity, and we will do that after the break. The S&P above 4,600 for the first time ever, and it is still holding above that key level.
All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, maybe 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
LCID, Lucid seeing some call activity. The weekly 35 calls on Lima Charlie India Delta now. LCID. Also, the weekly $37 calls now on Lucid, Lima Charlie India Delta, LCID.
All right, Pete, Friday unusual. What you got?
Yeah, I'm going to start off with Walmart. I know that doesn't sound all that exciting, but in the past, this is a stock when we've seen unusual activity, the stock has really rocketed, and so I'm looking for that potentially again. Stock was trading about 148.5, Scott. They were buying the November 12th expiring 155 calls, and when I say buying, 15,000 of those were bought. So looking for a pretty nice move in front of earnings. Earnings are not till the 16th, but waiting to see what this stock can do over the next couple of weeks. It should be pretty interesting. Those options were about 27 cents, went up to about 36 cents. So fairly inexpensive, looking for a nice solid move out of Walmart in the very short term. So just a couple of weeks. Secondly, this is a name, Snap, that's been absolutely just hammered and put out to the woodshed, as everybody likes to talk about. But this is a stock trading right around 52.50. They finally are starting to see a little bit of activity, looking for maybe a little bit of a bounce here. December 3rd expiring, the 58 calls, a buyer of 7,500 of those calls, about $1.30 is what they were paying for those calls. They did spread that off. We're not worried about that, but they were selling the 70 strike calls against that just to get that price down a little bit and capping out the upside. But still, very interesting to see finally a little bit of activity there. And a quick update for you, Skechers. Now, this has been a stock that's been all over the map already today, but this is also a stock that in the last week or two, we had this for unusual option activity. They were buying November 46 calls, November 49 calls. They came through today. Stock spiked very nicely after earnings. Stock was trading over 50. If you have to be quick, but you also have to keep an eye on anything that's going on. The stock was over 50 earlier. Now it's pulled back significantly, but Skechers with a really nice performance, at least in terms of the earnings and the reaction for those earnings. We'll see how that goes, but that was a nice stock that made a really, really nice sharp move into these earnings.
Man, Pete, I'm looking at one other stock this week that got absolutely smoked. And Kerry Firestone is buying more on the dip. I'll tell you about it next.
Yeah.
Be right back.
CALX, Calix, November 60 call sweep now on Charlie Alpha Lima X-ray, CALX. Calix 6312 the high, Charlie Alpha Lima X-ray, CALX. Bloomberg headline now, oil-consuming nations pressure OPEC Plus to raise output faster.
Smashed yesterday after they reported earnings. The peak of the stock is around 450, 283 now. This is a company that is the leader in the communication platform whereby you get notifications for everything from airline trips to restaurants, hospital visits, your dentist.
Twilio they're
getting your
talking about.
hairstyle, whatever it is, it's Twilio, Uber, etc. is on their platform. That is that market. It's $100 billion addressable market. So
S&P is flagging.
guidance that the market expected, it took the stock down. We think this is the opportunity to buy. That's how we bought.
Yeah, Twilio looks good. I think, Sean, you were buying yesterday, right?
7%. It's going to be a fantastic grower over the next 10 years, and we can point to where that growth is coming from. It just makes sense to add to the position. That's what we've done in the past, and so that's what we're doing right now.
You also added to Booz Allen and Health Equity. Can you just be real quick on one of those, why you decided to do that? Because I want to jump onto something else when you're done.
Yeah, Booz Allen, it's a contractor for defense companies, and their book-to-bill is growing. They've got a lot in reserve. They just didn't show it in this quarter, but they will over the next couple of years.
The thing I wanted to jump to, I just noticed someone flagged these tweets from Bill Ackman for me. I think it's interesting relative to what we told you earlier about the S&P 500 at 4,600 for the first time ever, and both the S&P and the NASDAQ hitting new highs today. He says, and it's a bit of a threat, he says, I gave a presentation to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York last week to share our views on inflation and the Fed. Bottom line, we think the Fed should taper immediately and begin raising rates as soon as possible. He also says we're continuing to dance while the music is playing, and it is time to turn down the music and settle down. As we have previously disclosed, we have put our money where our mouth is in hedging our exposure to an upward move in rates, as we believe that a rise in rates could negatively impact our long-only equity portfolio. So, Farmer Jim, right? You've been, and I joke with you all the time, Mr. All-In. You've been the most bullish person, I think, consistently on our show. Now you have somebody like Mr. Ackman saying, okay, we're dancing because the music's playing, but turn it down because this is going to get out of hand if you let it play too long.
And kind of reminiscent of what Dave Tepper said earlier this week as well, which I would characterize, and I think I heard it in what you said about Bill Ackman, that people are holding their nose and buying the market. Look, I'm not unaware of the risks, but when you're this late in a year where you're up almost 20% on the S&P 500, the last 2 years of the months tend to be gangbusters, and I'm pretty sure that's what you're going to have, particularly as infrastructure comes. And if you see the slightest whiff of supply chain bottlenecks easing, this market's going to roar. But it's not forever, Scott. I won't be all in forever. The next 2-3 months, likely to be all in. We're likely to continue to have the conversation, but not forever. And you know what? As far as the Fed tapering immediately, they're meeting, what, next week or 2 weeks from now? They're probably going to announce the taper then. I think that's as immediate as it can get.
I mean, look, we had Paul Tudor Jones within the last 2 weeks talking about his fears of inflation, you know, the Fed policy. He didn't use the word dangerous in terms of, he basically called it the worst policy of his lifetime in terms of the current Fed policy, suggesting that they too should move on their rates as well. But Shannon, real quick from you, I mean, should we be more hedged than perhaps we are as investors to an upward move in rates like Bill Ackman is talking about today?
I think there's little proof that the sustainability of a rate increase can get us to something that's prohibitive from an economic perspective. We're looking at not even 2% yet.
Twilio with a $15, $15.50
Economy and the U.S. economy in particular.
ATR. Could see another $10.
So I think that we need to see something that's much higher than that, and I think that companies are prepared for those modestly higher rates, and I think that's where we need to be thinking about it.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, and we'll do final trades next.
Could see another $10 on Twilio. Wow. Last time I updated this, it was up $6.60. Now it's up $8.24. Another 8. All right, Twilio, you could see another 4 maybe out of this if you're conservative. It's got an ATR of 15, almost 16. It's up 8. I'd say 4 would give you 12. That'd be right up here near 306, so that's possible. 306. It's still going, so I think it's a good level down here. I think it's a good level. It's holding. Probably bases in this area, so if it gets up to 306, I would look for a little rejection there. It's above, no, it's, well, above yesterday's close, but looking for it to follow through. Twilio, nice move there on Twilio. Yeah. Kathy was buying yesterday. Las Vegas Sands spike.
Field. That's Lima Victor Sandy LVS.
Watch the casinos. Elvis spiking there.
GREE, November 45 calls now on Greenwich Generation, Golf Whiskey Alpha Charlie. GREE. Greenwich Generation, GREE, the November 45 calls now, Golf Romeo Echo Echo.
All right, Twilio on the move. All right, the futures flagging. Probably done for today, I would think, right? It's going into the evening session. You had a nice move. We tagged 460, 4600, 4604, I believe. High of the day. Not looking for much more out of this. All right, VIX bouncing around. Twilio looking good off the low.
Last Friday, The Verge reported that Trump's social network has 30 days to stop breaking the rules of its software license. Similar report out today. That's Delta Whiskey Alpha Charlie DWAC.
Twilio, SPY, fading.
All right. I'll show you the markets again. There's the S&P, pretty much at 4,600. It's a new record high. It did hit that level just a short time ago.
Microsoft going again. Microsoft again.
Milestone, perhaps helped by a comeback in Apple as well today. That stock was down. It's basically at the highs of the day as well. 149.51 is the high of the session.
Flag breakout. There goes Microsoft.
Below that level. Let's do final trades. Carrie, you first.
Waste Connection, it's in the trash business, and they have pricing in their contracts, plus with reopening, continuing more volumes.
Okay, good stuff. Shannon.
AbbVie, strong earnings, biotech with great cash flows and a good yield.
All right, Pete Najarian.
I'm going to go with uranium. I'm going to give you Chemical, CCJ, Scott.
All right, the CEO of All In Capital. What do you have?
CVS reports next week it has 20 quarters of unblemished beats on earnings.
All right, fun stuff today, guys. You all have a great weekend. You as well. Thanks for watching. The exchange starts right now.
Romeo Kilo Tango.
Thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead this hour on The Exchange. Trick or treat, stocks reverse
Yeah, okay, whatever. Whatever. Okay. Do we get another pop? SPY is possible that we could close above 460, or at least test 460. We have yet to do it. We're at 458.71. You know the S&P's already been up there. S&P 500 big board has been up there, 460, 4604.11. We're fading now. Look for SPY, maybe to catch up. Futures are pulling back, so maybe with the high in the day is in for now. Microsoft pushing higher. Microsoft, what a day for Microsoft, huh? Looking for dips to buy now. All right. It's nearly at its ATR, so I'd probably take some off if you're day trading it.
Oil rigs up 1. Total rigs up 2. Oil rigs up 1.
RKT, yeah, RKT this morning too. Rocket Mortgage. All right, Twilio, TWLO, Twilio. All right, little profit taking on that little bounce there. Looking for a flag. Look for it to follow through. Nice volume. Nice volume. Microsoft, one more pop. If you're day trading it, maybe take some profits off. Take the rest of the day off. Microsoft looks good.
FUV Automotive to demo right-sized EVs at Alternative Southeastern Clean Cities Coalition Regional Meeting on November 8th. That's Foxtrot Uniform Victor, FUV.
All right, Microsoft, one more push. Looking for another push higher, Microsoft. Ford just flagging, squeezing. Do we see a pop? Need a 30-cent pop or more to be in the money. If you're on the 1750s, the 17s, you're in the money. 55,600 contracts have traded at 17 on Ford for today's expiration. So it looks like there could be some of that looking for shares to get assigned. RKT. RKT. All right, looks like it's still in a downtrend. If on Monday, Tuesday, this breaks above 1750, that would give you your trend break. That's what I would wait for. You know, I wouldn't buy it at the high of the day right now. Any dips most likely get bought. SPY looks like it's going to bounce. SPY looks like it's going to bounce. SPY looking good for next week. The 460 call for Monday now. Let's see what that's going for. 460 call is a 35 delta. VIX is dropping off. Probably gets going there, right? Spot S&P 500 has already hit 4604.11. 4604. So can SPY get up to 460? Futures are starting to bounce now. Futures starting to bounce. Maybe. Let's see. All right, so PFE. All right, that's okay. Apple consolidating at 149.30-ish. thinking it bases and then pushes higher over the next few days, next few trading days. Caterpillar, nothing there. Caterpillar, DraftKings lower. FedEx, flat at highs. I don't expect it's going to do much more today, FedEx, so I'm looking for Monday, Tuesday. LAC bouncing off of VWAP, B pivot here. LAC, lithium. All right, TWLO, Twilio. Keep an eye on this one for a few minutes. Twilio. That was pretty exciting lunchtime with the S&P tagging 4604. All right, Twilio's still flagging here. Looking for a follow through. Twilio. TWLO, Twilio. All right, watching Twilio for a follow through. It looks like a pretty decent bargain if this double bottom holds on Twilio and more buyers come in. Pfizer still going. Pfizer. Pfizer's at the high of the day, continues to push higher. Vaccine is supposed to get approved today for children. I'm not sure what age group. I just heard the news this morning. I'm not a proponent for vaccines personally. That's just me. Everybody has their opinion. Mine matters very little, but I don't believe in vaccines, but it is what it is. I do believe in mega doses of vitamins. Whatever. So anyway, Pfizer is supposed to get approval today. First COVID-19 shot for kids could get FDA authorization today. That's out of the New York Times. So probably a leaked memo. So Governor passed, Cuomo passed New York governor charged with misdemeanor sex crime. Crimes, plural. Guess they're going to try to make an example out of him. We're watching the volume here on Twilio to see if there's any kind of follow through. SPY just taking it easy here. Can we see it push up to 4,600? The call wall shifted higher from 4,600 to 4,650. If you read the Gamma channel, you know this morning. That's could be significant. It's more bullish than bearish or neutral for sure. Now we just need to see the call wall for SPY lift a bit higher from 460 to 465. We could see a test of 460 maybe today. If S&P 500 is any indication, there goes Twilio starting to move higher now. Twilio. We've got a couple hours to go in the regular session. Pfizer's still pushing higher. NIO, disappointed that that doesn't follow through yet. NIO still trading lower, no follow through. That was an IBD commented alert. No follow through there, NIO. Let's see what the daily looks like. NIO. NIO on the daily. Let me see what this looks like real quick. NIO. Mio Mayo. Yeah, that looks like it's going to come back to the 50-day. I'm off about 30 cents on some calls there. The 42 call, I'm off 30 cents. I'm going to go ahead and close that position. Minimize my exposure. NIO not following through.
BKKT, back's getting another pop here. The November 30 call is active now in Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango BKKT.
That's a new one, right? That's a new BKKT going.
Shares popping here, 31.70 now on Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango BKKT.
All right, so that one looks good. BKKT, Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango. Lots of volume, relative volume. Looks like it's in play.
November 5, $33 call sweep now on Quebec.
What is this, a SPAC, I guess?
QS.
I wouldn't chase it, but it looks good. BKKT. Zendesk. Wow, big move on Zendesk, huh? Can it do what Twilio did? Can it do what Twilio is doing? Maybe. Twilio following through on the breakout. Twilio's still got more room to the upside. It's got an ATR of 16. Could see another 6 points. I would say give it 2.5 to 3, see how it goes. Twilio looking good on the follow through. Twilio, nice flag breakout. Twilio going. Twilio going. $280. That's plus 15 in 2 trading days. I like the double bottom yesterday on Twilio. Twilio, nice follow through. Twilio minus. Twilio going here. Looks good. Twilio still going. Nice follow through. Twilio continuation. Still going. Twilio. It's plus, what, plus 10 so far. Twilio. All right, SPY looks like it wants to go again. All right, so we've had these little waves of a fade and then a follow through. If you look at SPY, you can see these little waves today. Looks good, SPY. Let's go to SPY. All right, so you get this little wave down and a rip, wave down and a rip, wave down. We still got room to rip back up to 460 or higher. I got a feeling they're rolling those calls up to match what the S&P did. We got a lot expiring today too. About 30% of S&P Spider Gamma is expiring today. I'm looking for one more rip to the highs. I'd sell into that again. If you're buying these dips, nice follow through. Twilio looking good. I would love to see Ford close above 18 today. I know that's not going to happen. I just would love to see it. It's squeezing for the last hour and a half. Looking for a follow through. Twilio looks good though. Twilio looks like it wants to go. More. Twilio more. All right, SPY looks like it wants to keep going here. I'll take it. Take it to the bank. You could take profits at lunch. You could take profits now. It's 120. Take profits. Take the rest of the day off. You have permission to not be sitting in front of your screen watching every 5-minute tick. VIX is dropping off. Keeps dropping off. VIX is dropping off.
DWAC.
NVIDIA. All right. All right, Microsoft's still going. Microsoft. Nice one on Microsoft. High of the day. What a day.
BENE, Beneteer Capital Acquisition, also spiking here.
Yeah. Yeah, much better than a red day. Much better than a red day. Twilio flagging at the high right now. SPY flagging at the highs. VIX trying to hold this level. All right. NVIDIA at the high of the day. ABCD pattern complete. We have D. We're printing D right now. Tesla breaking out. Oh Lord, there goes Tesla. Oh my, oh my. What a day. All right, get a big pop on DWAC off the low. All right. A little pop there, some buyers, DWAC. Nice day today.
EW, Edwards Life Sciences, a new pick from Investors Business Daily. That's Echo Whiskey EW.
All right. QuantumScape, what happened? Did they take profits in it? All right, so it looks like flat VWAP, QS. Tesla, we got the 125 call, $4.2 million paid for that. Tesla. Watch Workhorse. Workhorse might do something. Last time we traded Workhorse for a swing. We bought it below 350 when Mondo mentioned it. Back in the day when Workhorse was a steady mover. It's been moving lower. But Mondo mentioned it, what, a couple of years ago, Mondo? When it was below 350. So we got to go out a few years here to see this. He recommended it over here when it broke out 350, anywhere from 3 to 350, and eventually went to 42. So does it start? I'm not recommending buying Workhorse. There's other good ones. Nikola being mentioned. Nikola. Obviously Tesla. Tesla is the one, the top dog. Beautiful chart on Tesla. All right, what's Twilio doing? TWLO, Twilio. Weekly, looking for the bounce back into the range. Looks like the lows of the range. Looks like the highs of the range. Maybe we can get back to the 400s. That would be nice. Twilio. Twilio's still going. All right, Twilio would sell some into strength if you're day trading it. Twilio, sell some into strength. We'll come back and get some more tomorrow, or if you're trading Saturday. If you're trading it on Monday. Twilio's still going. DWAC. DWAC, lots of buyers here. DWAC. Watching. All right, SPY. Just taking a little bit of time here. SPY consolidating. Would love to see them test 460 by the close. Consolidating up here. A little different than these previous dips. Dip and then a pretty solid follow through. Dip and a pretty solid follow through. This time we dipped, threatened to break out, pull back a little bit. So there's some resistance over here. 458.35 was where all those blocks, there's a hell of a lot more blocks came through since we saw those two 1 million share block trades at 458.35. So far today, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 million shares have traded on SPY. 458.35 is the strike. 458.35 is the spot price. 458.35. Lots of volume today. Bullish above that. Tesla's still going. What a day. I'd be taking profits off as wherever I can. Short-term trades, take profits off. Twilio's still going. It's up $11. Could double up. Maybe you see 20 by today. Institutions buying shares, shorts covering. I'd be taking profits off into strength, looking for follow-through. MGM, no follow-through. What's MGM doing? Let me see. MGM. Nah. It's on a 5-minute buy signal. 30 minutes on a buy signal. 60 minutes on a buy signal. But the daily continues to fade back to the 21-day. MGM. I like that one. Elvis had a nice pop, right? Elvis. And they sold it already. All right, so these aren't following through. That's fading from the high. Win. I'd probably take it off then. If these are not following through, I would take them off. Casinos are not following through, so I would take it off. Pfizer flagging at the high of the day. Pfizer waiting on that FDA approval for the first COVID-19 shot for young kids. I don't know, that makes me uncomfortable. Walmart looking for the follow-through. Flagging right now for the last hour. Last 45 minutes, hour. Flagging. Walmart. LCID. Lucid, no follow-through yet. All right. Spying the cues. Maybe they wait until the evening session to give us direction. 2 o'clock. After 2 o'clock is generally when I wait. I wait till after 2 o'clock. FedEx, a little bit of buying right here at VWAP. FedEx, I'm keeping an eye on FedEx. Looking for that to follow through with UPS next week. FedEx, UPS hanging out at 215-ish. Relative strength, RSI showing muscle. Lots of IM telling you who's been trading. That's institutions. Their footprints telling us to look for this breakout. We got the follow through on the earnings. Looking for FedEx and for UPS to continue higher. What about Ryder? Nothing there. Truckers, what are truckers doing? Haven't looked at those in a couple of days. JBHT, flagging. Transports, last week were very strong along with real estate. Transports flagging. Real estate is a hedge against inflation for those people worried about inflation or deflation or both. Real estate, looking for a follow through. Some of those names this morning, like DLR, those pulled back a little bit. Simon Properties, Vornado, VNO. Okay, I'm done trading for today. For what it's worth, I'm done trading for today. I'm just monitoring existing positions, taking things off where applicable or warranted. Like Twilio, that was a big move on Twilio if you took it at the low. Looks like a little profit taking at the high now. Twilio, a little profit taking right there. Twilio, take profits. If you get a little dip back here towards 290, that might be an area to think about buying some shares maybe. If you bought options, maybe take those profits and buy some shares. It's an idea. Twilio, probably bases in this area though, right? Probably bases in this area, right in this area here. Between 300 and 270 and 300. Somewhere in there, probably bases over the next 6 to 7 trading days. Day 8, we look for a breakout. This was a nice pop today for a trade. What's AbbVie doing? AbbVie, that was looking good this morning. That keeps going. ASAN, having a solid day today. ASAN, I wouldn't be buying the high of the day. Those were looked at earlier this morning. Many of you were talking about it in the room, Sean and Matt and the rest of you. Just happened to notice your trade comments this morning. All right, let's see who is doing the best today and who's doing the worst. Okay, so NET, Cloudflare, follow through. That was a nice flag. Now it looks like it's going to keep going, Cloudflare. All right, let's see. Earnings on Cloudflare, NET. I use them for the website. Our server. Let's see. Cloudflare reported June earnings 1 penny per share. Estimate was a loss of 3 cents. So they beat by 4 cents. Revenue 146 million. Revenue grew 52.9% year over year. If you didn't take it this morning, I would probably wait. Its ATR is $8.50. You're already up $8, so you might be able to squeak out another 50 cents if this breaks out, but I wouldn't chase it. Wait for it Monday. Monday, if this is a follow-through day, you got a better probability of sticking with it during the day. Make maybe $8, $7. That's the way I would do it, rather than chasing it up here. You know I like buying pullbacks anyway. So yesterday was a nice pullback. Some of you mentioning it yesterday, and many of you trading it during the September pop. That was a nice move from the 100s, 110, 90 points, 80 points. Nice move. Wow, 80-point move, NET. DWAC, I see people talking about it on the net. All right, it's trying to push back up. Maybe it runs end of day. Here's the thing about some of these meme stocks. A lot of times you see the best part of the week is Monday through Thursday. A lot of these after Thursday afternoon into Friday tend to be shorts, especially the dealers and market makers. All right, so let's see what AMC is doing today, for example. AMC, it's down today. What about GME? GME, it's up slightly, but not following through. The DWAC starting to bounce. DWAC. All right, maybe it follows through. DWAC. A lot of other meme stocks, watch for them to fade on Fridays. If you're going to trade them, the best time to trade them is usually Monday through Thursday. Thursday morning is what I'm trying to get across. Natasha Kaneva, JP Morgan Chase Global Head of Commodities Research and Strategy. What is she saying?
Reaction function, as we call it, they can take. So one of the arguments. Yep, go ahead.
Well, how much does the G20 and I guess more importantly COP26 matter to you, to analysts, to the industry? I mean, are you expecting them to make any significant changes that are going to change your near to medium term outlook?
So COP26 definitely has the potential to change the natural resources space for sure. So the way we approach that is actually a little bit different. So we have a particular commitments from policymakers. We have particular commitments, voluntary commitments from the corporation. So the way we do it is actually we approach that significantly different, I would have to say. So the commitments from the auto manufacturer globally, they're very precise. They tell us exactly what they're going to build.
Okay, so she's pretty much telling you what I've been looking at too. If you look at commodities, I've been telling you this for the last year. The last year that if you were trading commodities, you were going to be fine. Look at the breakout that we mentioned, what was it, 8 months ago? Whatever. Okay. 7 months ago. This move off this lower channel line was the first indication back in 2020 when the commodities CRB index bounced. Had you gotten long at 125, you're up over 100 points. And depending on what you're trading, the commodities had just looked awesome. Forecasting improving economic conditions in the face of a U.S. dollar, which is pretty strong. I'm not that concerned about the dollar at the moment. Yeah, it's a nice little spike. We had the spike over here in June. What happened in June? Remember that spike in June, the second week of June? What did the S&P do in June? Here's June, the second week. We had this little pullback. All right, so after that pullback, we followed through. The problem is we've already had the pullback. Maybe next week we get a pullback. Who knows? But so the third week of June, we had the commodities, the dollar spiked the third week of June, and it gapped up for another couple of days. So maybe we're going to do that again. So if we do, the dollar spikes up. Maybe we'll get the similar kind of pullback. Russell, if you're listening, similar pullback that we had maybe next week. Now that we've tagged 4,600, 4,650, maybe we'll see that call wall shifted in. These are all maybes. You're hearing me say maybe. The point is we don't know what it's going to do. But if the dollar does continue to move higher, like it did back here in June, then I would see possibly a short-term pullback in the S&P. You had this 3-day move in the dollar, third week of June. So I'm looking for the same thing, S&P. The third week of June pull back on the strength of the dollar. That's a possibility. We'll focus on that in the weekend video that comes out on Sunday. For now, though, we're up at the highs. I'd be taking profits off into strength, minimize your exposure, take more trades off if you can. And I try to get down to a handful of names going into next week. We'll see what is going to be the strongest. I thought we would see a follow-through in the EV industry group, whether it's batteries or cars or parts or charging stations or anything related to that, or lithium. So we're looking for that to follow through. If it doesn't, then we'll have to refocus and see where the money's flowing. It looks like it could be in pharmaceuticals. Okay, I'm thinking it's going to turn out to be pharmaceuticals and in maybe biotechs next week. Maybe, maybe not. All right, but IBB, these are trying to get above the 21-day and the 200-day. XBI, same thing. All right, I'm looking for stocks like Novavax to continue. Looking for Pfizer to continue. Okay, Pfizer is sitting right on top of the 21-day. You know I like this kind of setup. You got the pullback, you got the crossover. Whenever you get the moving averages reverse and start moving up and to the right, that's a clear sign to me that your risk reward is becoming better. Stop under 43, look for a push above the 50-day next week. BNTX, its partner, German partner, BNTX, sitting on the 21-day as well. So we're waiting for that announcement from the FDA. Perhaps we get a breakout. So I'd be looking for that. Pharmaceuticals, you can look at IHE, that's the ETF. That looks good. IHE, pharmaceuticals, probably next week follow through. IHE, that's what I'd be looking for. That's what I will be looking for. Okay, my favorite pharma stock is Merck, MRK. I don't think that's any surprise. Merck following through. Merck was a long from right here on the second bullish day. Look at the moving averages. This is a similarity that if you're a new trader, you should pay attention to. Whenever you have the markdown, when price is below the 9, 21, and 50 day, in the case of Merck, it's not so bad, but others like what does Lilly look like? Lilly, see how it's below the 9, 21, and 50 day? That's the markdown. That's phase 4. Here's distribution at highs, phase 3. Phase 2 is over here. This is what we're looking for, phase 2. 9, 21, and 50 day are rising. What is Lilly doing right now? Lilly's probably going to be 275 by end of November. Lilly looks good. Yeah, XLV looks good. The pharmaceuticals look good. Let's look at Johnson and Johnson. J&J, Hammer. Maybe we get a follow through. What about AstraZeneca? Novartis. What is Novartis' symbol? In Novartis. I don't look at this one that often, so Novartis, NVS. Okay, NVS. Nah, not so much. Let's look at pharmaceutical names. Pharmaceuticals. It's always good to have these chart groups. That way you can very quickly check out what's working. AbbVie, looking for AbbVie to follow through. Okay, Merck, Zoetis, ZTS. Zoetis breaking out. Zoetis breaking out. 52-week highs. Bristol Myers, maybe that turns, maybe this low. BMY. Maybe a bottom here on Bristol Myers. Not my favorite setup, but if you're in it, maybe you're looking for a bounce. Horizon Therapeutics, HZNP. Breakout.
SPCE, Virgin Galactic, new pick from Oxford Club. That's Sandy Papa Charlie Echo, SPCE.
SPCE, let's take a look. That's probably catching a bump here. And daily. This one kind of disappoints. This is in a downtrend. All right, so someone is mentioning SPCE. You heard Charlie mention it. This is in a downtrend. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. It's in a markdown phase. I can't express enough how important it is to pay attention to these phases. It's probably the one thing that'll help you, aside from a few other examples I can give you in the evening session, but probably one of the most important things to understand is where is the stock that you're trading, what phase is it in, and why, and what is the sector doing, what is the rest of the group doing, right? So Merck is a good example. Merck, very brief sideways, higher lows and higher highs. This is where the pill came out right there, the COVID pill. We told you don't buy it up there. Wait for the pullback and then wait for the buyers to step up. We got the buyers at 79.80 and now you're up over 10% in a short order. If you're trading options, you're even doing better. Looking for Merck to pull in a little bit now. Pfizer, another one. Pfizer I like because it's just getting started. Here's your markdown phase. Very brief base here. It's already got a major base over here. Okay, major base. It takes off to the upside. It pulls back to the base, and now it's starting to move higher. All depends on what that what the comments out of the Fed are going to be today. Pharmaceuticals, we're still looking at those. Pharma, so all of these look good. So understand where your stock is. Is it breaking out of a base? Phase 2? Is it basing? Phase 1? What's it doing? You know? And then take a look at it for potential for a swing or for day trades in the beginning stages when it changes phase. Let's see that. Let's see summer. Okay, so we left off with HZNP, Valiant. I don't need both of these. I'll delete one. VRX, Bosch and Loam, Bosch Health. Bosch Health looks pretty good for a $27, $28 stock. Right on top of the 50-day. Why does that say 54 EMA? Oh, that's weird. Somebody else's chart style. Not interested. That one doesn't interest me at all. Let's see. IHE, PCRX, PCRX. Nah, not interested. So these upper top 5 are the best entries. No need to chase. I'm waiting until next week. Court, nope, not interested. Legend. This one's off today. Nope. So those look good. The top ranked stocks. GlaxoSmithKline. Let's see what that looks like. Glaxo. All right, it's already at the highs. All right, so if you pay attention to where it is in the scheme of things, you're going to do a hell of a lot better trading. Love that Merck chart. That is a beauty. That is a beauty. Zodis. Lipocine. It's a dollar stock. Nah. Stick with quality when it comes to pharmaceuticals. Usually a good rule. Where is can't believe Pfizer's not on here. All right, Pfizer. PFE. All right, save as. Okay, and BNTX. Do I have BNTX on here? Nope. Let me put this in here too. BNTX. We'll look at that next week.
BKKT backed holdings moving back towards the highs again, 33.20, 33.30. That's Bravo Kilo.
Apple making higher highs. Presently a higher low. Ford, can we get a run here? We've got an hour, 2 hours and 8 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go. A little over 2 hours to go. Ford, FedEx. LAC looks like it wants to bounce. Nice job, Brian. Ocugen, OCGN. Looks good, Ocugen. That was a nice entry earlier in the week there, Brian. Ocugen.
Shares getting a pop here.
All right, watch LAC here. LAC, lithium.
Shares of Vinco Ventures popping here on very heavy volume now. $5.08. Again, they seeking out for post mentioning a $40 price target by the author. Bravo, Bravo, India Golf, BBIG.
BBIG. Big pop there in BBIG.
PRTY Party City, big call sweep, November 7 on Papa Romeo Tango Yankee, Party City. PRTY. Shares of Party City spiking to the highs.
BBIG on the move here. Venco Ventures being mentioned over at Seeking Alpha. BBIG. After doing nothing for the last week, starting to turn. They're looking for $40. We'll see. SPY starting to turn now. All right, looks like the buyers are coming in. VIX is starting to trail off, so look for a test of 460. Looking for a test of 460. What's Twilio doing? Twilio now. Did it pull back? Yeah, Twilio pulled back. So Twilio looks like a good entry here, folks. It's a Friday. Maybe we'll wait, but this looks like a good pullback entry, Twilio. Let's see if it pulls back more, Twilio. SPY looks like it's going to go, folks. SPY looks ready.
OCGN, Occugen now the November $11 call sweep, Oscar Charlie Golf November, OCGN.
They really think this is going to get there. I think somebody's selling premium. OCGN, the $20 call is a 32 delta. Interesting. 18 is a almost 40 delta. 1750, almost 40. 17 is 40 delta. 17. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't know what they're smoking. 17 is the max. 20 maybe. This reminds me of LCID. LCID yesterday, the weekly chart. I don't see it. OCGN, I don't see it. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Maybe the 12. 12 is as far as furthest I'd go out. The 12 call for November. Oxygen is a 58 delta, almost a 60 delta. It's pulling back right now. So Oxygen, I'd sell some into strength, take some profits. Looking for SPY to pop here. And I'm watching Twilio for potential breakout. What time? Where is it now? It's up $7 on the day. It's got an ATR of 16, roughly.
BKKT moving again back towards the high, seeing continued call activity now. The December 25 call sweep on Bravo.
All right, forward again. Forward going again. Ford's going again. ABCD. Ford. Watch Ford here. All right, Twilio looks like it's going to bounce. All right, Twilio.
GREE, Greenwich Generation, more call activity. The December 55 call sweep now. And Golf Romeo Echo Echo, GREE.
All right, Twilio got a B pivot. Looks like it's going to keep going. Twilio. All right.
Shares of Greenwich Generation off the highs now at 24.39. Hit a high of 28.67 earlier. That Golf Romeo Echo Echo.
Let's watch Twilio here for a minute and see how this plays. Let me pop something into the oven or make a salad or something. I'll be right back. Nope. Okay, I'm here. I'm just eating lunch. All right, future's looking a little better too.
IMTX, IMATIX, November, 15 calls active, India Michael Tango X-ray, IMTX. Shares of IMATIX getting a pop here to the high, $14.44 now. That's India Michael Tango X-ray. GREE, now the November $50 call sweep in GREE shares 2521 off the highs in Greenridge Generation, Golf Romeo Echo Echo GREE. BKKT, Bacht Holdings, hitting $36 at the high now. Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango, BKKT. Orion Group getting a pop here. Contract $7 million from the Army construction contract. That's Oscar Romeo November.
All right. Looking for VIX to back off here. If it starts to spike more, that could mean more downside. You can always hedge if you think markets will pull back too much more. March. Let's see.
WE, WeWork. National Inflation Association report says WeWork to launch ART's hologram technology by year end. Shares of WeWork are getting a pop now. $10.70. That's Whiskey Echo WE.
All right, SPY still pulling back. VIX is at the high of the day. All right, futures coming back pretty fast. So if you have hedges on, those are obviously moving higher. VIX at the high of the day, looking for a bounce near VWAP. SPY looking for a bounce at VWAP. Right down to VWAP. Looking for a bounce now, looking for buyers to come in. VIX looking for it to roll over. Looking for a bounce on SPY now. VIX is dropping off. VIX dropping now. A little. FedEx pulling back. All right, a lot of choppiness right now. Positions getting chopped up. Lucid, no follow through today. No apes to protect. Pfizer waiting for that news. VIX trying to hold this level. VIX spiking again. I wonder why. I wonder why. A lot of volume selling there at the highs. So we're back 458. We're back below 458.35. All right, so we're more bearish now than we were short term in the next few trading days. Unless we can get back above 458.35. Walmart fading for the last couple hours. Walmart. Right when Pete mentioned it, it started fading. Walmart. VIX new high right there. An evening session pushing higher. Looks like they're buying volatility. SPY's still pulling back. Let's see what that looks like on the daily. SPY daily.
DWAC, Digital World Acquisition. President Trump's interview on iHeartRadio.
All right, stocks are off the highs of the session. VIX at the highs of the session. All right, so 455, that's the, we're off 50 cents on the day right now. Can they close this higher to make it look better? A lot of volume here on the sell side. Futures looking like they're trying to bounce where they bounced earlier today around 11:30-ish. They bounced right in this area. It's one of the reasons I don't like trading on Fridays.
Futures settle at 83.57, up 76 cents.
All right. We're sitting on top of VWAP. All right, let's take a look at Fibonacci really quick. Here's the low this morning up to, all right, so we're right at 382 right now. We're right at 382. And we're oversold, so it's a good area to bounce if we do. Good area to bounce. Qs look better. All right, look at the Qs and the Qs as well. Fibonacci's on the Qs, high to low. All right, 382 and 50% is right in there. 5 minute. All right, SPY is trying to bounce at VWAP. SPY is trying to bounce. Volume coming in. Look at that volume coming in. VIX needs to back off. VIX needs to back off from the highs here. It's still a lower high if we turn over. SPY looking for the bounce. VIX backing off. Twilio. VIX drop off already. Keep dropping, VIX. Twilio. Looking for it to push higher. It's starting to flatten out now. After a nice run today. Twilio. SPY, looking for VIX to drop off now. VIX to drop off, SPY to bounce. VIX, looking for that to bounce. Drop off, here's SPY right at VWAP. And 382 Fibonacci. All right, here come the buyers now. VIX is backing off. Expecting a lot of volatility today. We're starting to see it over the last hour or so on the fade. Who wins? Who wins? Like to see a strong close back up there near 459, 460 would be great. VIX dropping off. Futures, both the S&P and NASDAQ are moving higher. What's the Russell doing? Russell, what you doing, Russell? Russell bounce. Okay, that looks good. It's below VWAP though. Apple looking for another push higher, another higher high on the 5-minute. Need VIX to drop off here. Come on, SPY, you got more than this, huh? Oh, we got an hour and 20 minutes to go. Hour and 20 minutes to go in the regular session. Starting to bounce more now. Benny and the Jets. Benny. Pfizer flagging. It looks like a B pivot right here on Pfizer. Twilio trying to push higher. All right, VIX dropping off some more. We need to see volume here. All right, so we're at VWAP. Need to see volume here. VIX needs to drop off. As I was saying earlier, after 12 o'clock, things get a little bit more sketchy. You get liquidity dries up. Liquidity dries up, volume dries up, less momentum in the trades. So I like to look for exits before 12 o'clock. And if you did that, you did well on the indices. There's a couple of things that are bouncing. But overall, towards the end of the week, I'm trying to eliminate positions. Elvis drifting lower here. Elvis not doing much of anything. Not helping out. Elvis on the pullback. If Elvis closes below the 21-day, I might take that trade off. Elvis is not helping the P&L. SPY bouncing some more. Need to see more volume. VIX is dropping off more. Nice bounce in SPY. Did it shake you out? Probably a lot of people got short right there. We started to, some people up here on the lower high, some here on this breakdown, or this breakdown here, this H pattern. Now we're starting to come back up to that level. Does it get back above 458.35? 458.35 is where all those blocks traded today. A lot more blocks. Man, look at the number of blocks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 of those blocks. 30 blocks, and 4 of them were 500K or a million. 30 blocks. So 26 times 502 is 13 million, 14 million, 15 million, 16 million shares have traded on SPY blocks. $458.35. All right, above 458.35 would be much nicer, obviously. VIX need you to drop off. Royal Caribbean's got 2/3 of its fleet operating. I see that on Bloomberg. VIX dropping off more. Looks like there's a lack of interest in trading in this evening session. Lack of interest. There's not a lot of volume other than the blocks on SPY and the Qs. $458.35. That's yesterday's closing level. And we're off 10 cents right now. SPY's off 10 cents. Can we push a bit higher now? If we do get a pop, I would suggest taking a little profits off the table, so you're not holding. You don't want a 5-yard penalty. So, watching. Let's see what they do in the next few minutes. VIX is trying to hold this level, looking like a bear flag. Pretty decent day of trading if you sold most of your day trades before noon or right around noon. Holding on a Friday after 12 o'clock, not the best strategy. Too many times the liquidity dries up and the indices don't give you much follow through on a Friday, or individual stocks. People taking trades off, day traders, etc., momentum traders. Come on, SPY, you can do this. Bounce a little bit more. VIX, looking for a lower high on VIX. Would surely be nice to see Ford pop up above 1750 by the close. Caterpillar drifting lower, no follow through. There's just no interest in stocks right now, it looks like. Many of them are flat, like FedEx is flat right now after being higher. Next Friday, always things can be different, but next Friday try to practice closing your positions, day trades. Try to practice closing your positions before 12:30 is a good idea for next Friday, so that you remember this. Write it down if you have to. Fewer trades on Fridays, especially after 12 o'clock. Definitely not options, unless you're just scalping. The morning session is a lot more forgiving. Monday, Tuesday should be pretty interesting. I would think that we'd see follow through in a lot of these names. Apple trying to put in maybe a higher high now. We've got a little bit more than an hour and 10 minutes to go for the regular session. It's been a good week. Now that the call wall has shifted higher, even though we've pulled back the VWAP, I feel a little bit better that the call wall, I know the call wall has shifted higher, so I know that the range overhead is higher rather than moving lower. So these bounces, counter trend, you know what I mean? So I feel a little better, even though we've pulled back from the high of the day. We've pulled back to VWAP. Let's see what the volume looks like. So volume looks pretty good there at VWAP. That's what you want to see. Want to see this a little bit higher now. Get back above the 9 EMA on the 5-minute right here, right overhead. We do have the 60-minute. We do have the 60-minute 20 EMA, for which we've been trending along. So we're looking for a bounce there. Okay, so it's a trend. You have to try not to buy near the highs of the day, buy the dips. As uncomfortable as that is at times, most of you are pretty good at it. You know, new traders have a difficulty buying the dip mentally. Cognitive dissonance is telling you, don't do it, don't do it. Do it, do it, do it. It's kind of like, no, I'm not going to say that. That would be crude. Don't listen to your, you know. Anyway, looking for the bounce to follow through. Buyer's still there. RSI almost got oversold before it turned at VWAP, and MACD's turning now. Maybe we'll get a crossover in the next 10 minutes. Stowe is definitely in a better location when it's down here and it turns back up. And the volume looks pretty good. So no guarantees, but if you get a bounce, I would suggest taking some off, maybe not holding into Monday. Only reason I took Monday and not intraday. Friday calls give me a little bit more room for error, if you will. So I'd like to see us push through this level here. You got this little low right there that we lost. That low right there at 458.50. We lost that in these 3 candles. Now we're bouncing back up to it. Let's see if there's any memory of that. You know there's going to be some shorts here, so they probably have stops above this level, 458.80 or so. So a push back up to that level would cause them to cover more, so we could have some more follow through. Let's see, VIX needs to drop off here. Okay, let's see what that looks like. So we're just banging around here. All right, so we've got this level here. Okay, so 50% would be 458 plus or minus. You see what we got there? All right, let's see what we've got. RSI still pushing higher. All right. So watch the 50% over there at 458.50 and 618 on this bounce. We just hit the 9 EMA on the 5 minute. That is the 9 EMA, right? 20 EMA. Okay, so 20 EMA. We hit the 20 EMA right there on the 5 minute. Let's do this. VIX is showing its head again, rearing its head. All right, we might get rejected here, folks. All right, what's Twilio doing? Twilio's trying to take out the high that we saw earlier. Twilio, watch Twilio. Good sneak sally through the alley. Twilio. Okay, if we can manage to push above 296.50, 296.60, probably got some shorts overhead that will cover. SPY looking for the follow through. Looking for the follow through and a move above this 382 Fibonacci and the 20 EMA. That green line. If we do, you can start to move your stops up. FAST, F-A-S-T, new high of the day. Thank you, Astro. Every time I see your name, I think about the Jetsons. NET. Cloudflare, NET. All right, still getting rejected at that 458.35 zone. That's where all those blocks are. We got more of them now. More of them now right there, 458.35. Twilio's trying to go more. Twilio. Twilio's trying to let loose here. Twilio. So the fact that Twilio's getting bought after 2 o'clock is a pretty interesting proposition. Twilio getting bought after 2 o'clock. Institutions buying a little down here, perhaps. VIX is being very persistent. VIX is being very persistent here. Watch Twilio still going here. Twilio looking for the follow through. All right, can we get into the 300s by the close? Twilio, that'd be kind of nice, right? Twilio, second day reversal after that big gap down. Over 5 million shares, 5.6 million shares trading hands today. Can we get a follow through? Yesterday's high, just overhead, about 303. I love these advertisements for drugs. You know, they advertise the first 10 seconds of the 30-second commercial. They talk about the benefits and smiling people and stuff. And then the next 20 seconds of the 30-second commercial is all about all of the things that go wrong. I always find that interesting. I don't know what the deal is with that. Anybody in the pharmaceutical industry? I mean, I know they have to tell you what the side effects are. It just seems so counterintuitive. 10 seconds of everybody smiling, and then, oh, by the way, risk of heart attack and losing your brains and a limb, whatever. You know what? You've seen those commercials before. It's really strange. I was just watching one on Bloomberg out of the corner of my eye. What did that say? This company is about to start a monster seasonal period. Huh, who is that? Monster Beverages? Interesting. Tom Bowley. All right, so that looks good. Monster Beverage, accumulation distribution, MNST, Monster, MNST. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it's at the base. I'm not really interested in that. Twilio looks better to me. Twilio looks like it wants to keep going. All right, SPY looks like it wants to keep going. All right, if VIX can roll over here, that would be a lower high. Look for a lower low on VIX. Look for SPY to continue and respond. All right, SPY, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's get above this level. VIX needs to roll over right here. Nope. VIX is starting to push higher. SPY coming back. Looks like an H pattern starting to set up on SPY. If we take out VWAP, look for 50% retracement. And then you got the 240E right there at 457. VIX making a new high here. Still a lower high, but making a new high on a 1-minute chart. All right, so we're starting to bounce. LAC starting to bounce. Come on, VIX, roll over already. Make it party. Let's finish the party higher. This is the part about Friday I don't like. You know, it just could sit here and do nothing but frustrate after it's been a bullish day off the lows. Most of you have made money in the mornings. I don't think you took any second trades in the afternoon. Apple, no follow through. Nvidia had a nice run. Netflix is still going. Google making a higher low, looking for a higher high on Google. Apple making a higher low, still no higher high. Microsoft just off the highs of the session. Oh Lord, this is going to be one of those closes, it looks like. I don't like looking at 5-minute charts on a Friday, especially after 3 o'clock. This is a pain in the butt. Talks. Yeah, good. Good, dollar. So, yeah, it's been a busy week, yeah. Yeah, okay, VIX rolling over. So, for those of you that's still holding on to SPY calls, if you didn't take them into the ramp up towards 460, if we do manage to get above the 20 EMA here, this 382 Fibonacci, in the next 55 minutes, I would take profits off in the strength. Let's reassess the markets on Monday. All right, I've been busy little bee taking things off. I'm contemplating taking Las Vegas Sands off. Main reason is because the casinos don't look that great. Let's look at Penn. Penn is off. Wynn is off. MGM, when I say off, it means, we don't have a bullish day. MGM, Las Vegas Sands. All right, Caesars. They're all doing the same thing. So they could bounce at the 50-day. I just don't like the way they're trading. Because if the casinos aren't working, what are Royal Caribbean doing? Nothing. CCL and NSCH. What is it? Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH. Yeah, they're not doing anything. What about airlines? Airlines? No. Delta? No. United? No. Healthcare? Yes. That's where we should be. Capiche? We should be in healthcare. We have some in Merck. We have some in Gilead. We have some in Pfizer. All these look pretty good. So we should be in DWAC. I would probably sell it for now. You're probably right around break even. I would just, get out of the way. Come back next week. XLV, IHE, healthcare. Right now, XLV, that looks the best. Healthcare is breaking out. If you don't want to pick individual names, you could just trade the ETF, UNH. UNH breaking out. Look at UNH. All right, Wooden Chase up here. Look for dips. You got better dips in the pharmaceutical space. These are just coming out of they're just starting phase 2, coming out of a base, phase 1, accumulation. Phase 2 is starting, so that's where I would be focused. My favorites, Merck, of course, from the bounce over here 2 weeks ago. That follow-through day, right around 80, took off to the upside. You're up 10% or more if you traded options. Pfizer is another good one. What's Gilead doing? Gilead? Nope, no Gilead. Pfizer, yes. Gilead, no. Biogen, still in a downtrend. Biogen. Novavax, more biotech now. We're talking biotech. Biotech is not there yet. Not there yet, biotechs. Let's go see what the sectors look like. What I'm looking for is sector performance, especially XLY versus XLP. Okay, so the upper chart is the S&P 500 equal weight discretionary versus S&P 500 equal weight consumer staples. So this is clearly breaking out, okay? So that's telling you that institutions are not positioned short. They're positioned to the long side. Here is the weighted XLY versus XLP in the lower panel. That is clearly broken out. So that's telling you institutions are not defensive, they are offensive whenever this is rising, all right? So let's look at some of the sectors and see what they look like going into the weekend. All right. IBB looks like it's trying to turn the corner. Gets above this area right in here, that dashed line. Above 166, I would say biotechs are back in play. IBB has all the big cap, heavy weighted stocks. Okay. XBI has them all weighted at like 1%, which is, I don't know, it's silly. Real estate still hanging out, a cup pattern forming a handle. So although we've been off 2 days this week, real estate will most likely continue to move higher because people are worried about inflation. Real estate provides protection through dividends and through real estate REITs paying back a good portion of their dividends to shareholders. Transports holding up, big cup, maybe a handle. So we might have a pause next week. Materials, all right, at highs. Communications trying to turn the corner, still in a markdown. Energy, I think Farmer Jim had a pretty good read on this. You know, there's just not a reason to completely sell energy just yet. But if price starts to break below the 21-day, I would exit some of my positions there. Financials hanging out at the highs, looking for banks to perform. The 10-year yield was off today, so affecting the banks. Industrials at resistance. XLK looks pretty good. XLK, XLV looks good. XLK is at highs thanks to Microsoft, Nvidia, and the rest of those. XLP looks okay. XLU, it's all right. Consolidating. This is definitely it. I got to tell you, this looks good for new highs. XLK is already there, so you know we'll see what XLK does next week. But I definitely like healthcare for next week. So if you got some healthcare names on your list, if you're already in them, maybe these continue, like AbbVie. Some of you mentioned that. And consumer discretionary looks pretty good. What you want to see, consumer discretionary outperforming. If you're expecting economic improvement, consumer discretionary should be moving higher. And those ratios again. Okay. So this looks nothing like 2018 where we rolled over. 2007, sorry. 2007 we rolled over here. And again in 2018 we rolled over. We don't look like that. We do not look like that. And you know from the previous charts that consumer discretionary is outperforming because it broke out 2 weeks ago. So institutions are not positioned defensively, at least as of the close right now. We got 45 minutes to go. Retail looks flat. That should do well. So pick and choose the right stocks in retail. I would be interested in Target, in Walmart, in Costco, perhaps TJ Maxx, TJX, maybe Five Below, maybe Dollar General, maybe Dollar Tree. Definitely Costco, Walmart, and Target on any pullbacks. Those are trending. Retail's doing well. Dollar Tree, what else? Deckers Outdoors, that had earnings last night. Dick's Sporting Goods. There's a few other sporting goods names. You can check yours out. Let's see, Burlington, BURL. That's trying to turn. What are some of those other names? Retail. What did Starbucks do? It was off last night. All right, that gap down. What's Twilio doing right now? Twilio. All right, SPY, no follow through here. No follow through yet. SPY's pulling back. VIX is still pulling back, so that's interesting. They're selling, and VIX is pulling back, or just bounced a little bit. Twilio sideways, looking for a follow through next week. Twilio. Yeah, all of those look good. Sean, yeah, I agree. Regeneron. I like the pure pharmaceutical plays. Abbott Labs. Flagging at the highs. We should be trading these. GlaxoSmithKline, GSK. Big breakout. Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly looks really good. Just getting started. It's a doji today. You could wait. Maybe Monday we get a little dip to 250. That would be excellent. You got 921 crossing through the 50-day. Nice price action here. Just consistently building higher. AbbVie, that was one that some of you mentioned this morning. Tree, T-R-E-E, Tree. Lending Tree. You got Lending Club too, Lending Club. That breaking out. DXCM. DXCM. That was a good one today. Big move today. Look at that move. Wow. Big move. SPY. No follow through. Apple. Apple trying to make a higher high now. Watch Apple. Higher high on Apple, perhaps, right here. Looking for a follow through. Maybe it gets going. So definitely check out the pharmaceutical names. Those look really, really good. I think you'll be happy with that. All right, Apple looks like a higher high. In order. Yeah, ISRG also looks good. Intuitive Surgical. ISRG. Beauty. Looking for a handle or a breakout. Look at the volume. Institutions past 3 weeks. That's institutions, no doubt about it. Beautiful cup pattern. All right, SPY pulling back now. SPY pulling back. All right, we still have the potential for a gap up on Monday. I was hoping that we'd get a little higher high so some of you can get out. Like Palo. Walmart still drifting lower. Probably does well into Black Friday week. Has the tendency to run higher into that week. Watching Apple. Apple. I had high hopes for Ford. I thought it was going to close above 1750 maybe. Nope. VIX spiking up again. Back up to a recent high pivot. Twilio, no breakout. Looking for next week maybe. All right, so can they run this end of day? Can they do it in the last 40 minutes? Can they run this around, turn it around and push it higher? What's market on close? I don't see anything yet. Market on close. Okay, we're off 0.1%, 50 cents. We don't like to close the week on a down day, but we've had a decent week. We just put in all-time highs, folks. So even though you're not closing at the highs yet, anyway, I don't want to speak too soon, but even though we're not closing at the highs, we've had a great week, you know. So hopefully you heeded the advice and not traded much after 12 o'clock, took profits into strength, and, you know, only scalps, smaller trades, fewer positions going into next week. All right, so SPY's showing some signs of maybe some shorts covering here. A double tap of that low at 457.75. All right, Apple looking good. Love to see Apple run higher. Apple. All right. Yeah, so the air came out of everything, just about. Pfizer, high of the day. Pfizer, high of the day. Pfizer, let's see. FDA paves the way for Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines to the young. All right, so the FDA cleared FDA paves the way. They cleared the way for the COVID-19 vaccination for young kids. You're not getting mine. You're not getting mine, dude. I'll keep them home and be the scourge of the neighborhood. Bad parent. Vinny, you're a bad parent. Probably. All right, looking for a follow through. News. Let's see if people pick up on it before the close. All right. Pfizer looking for the follow through. Sell the news. Sell the news. Looking for follow through. Sell the news or Pfizer. All right, SPY pulling back again to VWAP. VIX is hanging in there. Looks like they're selling more, so they're taking profits off the table. All right, SPY. New York Attorney General that's been making such a big brouhaha. She's going to run for governor. Okay. I hate politics. I really, really don't like politics. Really, really. What was that? What was that? That futuristic show with Peter York. Remember him? They were all wearing white suits and Michael York. Was it Michael York? Michael York. Peter York. Michael York. Yeah, there he is. That's him. Logan's Run. Remember Logan's Run? There was no... was there politics in that? I don't remember. But everybody was like happy. Utopian society. You know, the whole Plato thing. Okay, here we go. Apple's starting to move. All right, so stocks are getting bought. Watch stocks getting bought here. Stocks getting bought here. Apple. DraftKings starting to bounce. Caterpillar. We'll get one less burst higher. Pfizer stumbling, not following through yet. Yeah, not much going on. All right. So Apple, though, looks good. Apple looks good. Yeah, I like bears that run into the woods, tails on fire. Bears don't have tails, right? Their butts on fire. FDA authorizes Pfizer BioNTech COVID vaccine for kids ages 5 to 11. There's no freaking way. Down and to the right is bad. Up and to the right, up and to the right is good. All right. All right, so Apple looking good. Apple new high in the afternoon session. Apple. Tesla. Tesla's starting to move. Watch Tesla here. Tesla's starting to get a yep. Skills starting to turn. All right, stocks are getting bought off the lows. BKKT. Well, I don't need to tell anyone in the trading room that 95% of the time, 90% of the time, the markets are moving higher. You know, if you look at the markets, 95% of the time they're moving higher, right? If you're looking at the weekly time frame, you know, 95% of the time the market's moving higher. Yeah, you get these pullbacks every once in a while, but we've got 3 weeks up above the 10 EMA. That looks pretty good to me. Apple, most of the time spending above the 9 EMA. Dips and rips. NVIDIA. I love to tell you that NVIDIA, when we first started the room in March of 2016, the first watch list was NVIDIA at 3355 was the breakout zone. And it's been history ever since. 2016. Can't count. 2016. Breakout, following through, continuing higher. Beautiful NVIDIA. Look at that damn thing, keeps going. All right, so SPY looks like it wants to bounce here. SPY. Still looks really good. We're at all-time highs. Yes, we're still off. Not even 0.1% anymore. We're starting to bounce more. VIX is dropping off. So what happens in the last hour or two is what we should always pay attention to. After 2 o'clock, looks like they're a little late to the party today. But they'll probably pin it right around here, around 458. Looks like 458. It's a pin. Yeah, NVIDIA looks great. Apple's going. Apple. There goes Apple. There she goes. Dow, I know you took it. Apple's going. Dum 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 dum. Apple, I love you, Apple. Okay, looks good. Push above the 240E. That's a 20 EMA on the 60 minute. High tick alert. All right, what's market on close? No market on close yet. Waiting for market on close numbers. Those have been flipping around lately. Pfizer, nice little bounce here on the 5 minute. Ford, come on, just buy the crap out of Ford. Push it above 18. Netflix, look at Netflix. Look at the trend in Netflix. Netflix still going. Microsoft, the little dip there, looks like it's getting bought. Apple making a new high here. There we go. Apple looks good. SPY in the Qs. NASDAQ NQ above its point of control. VPOC for the day. NQ is above VPOC now. So is ES. Volume point of control. All right, looks good. Yeah, next week I would see maybe a gap fill for Apple. The earnings were good. You know, it's just the comments about supply chain. And if that goes away, which probably won't, you know, it's taken a hit. I think it's 6% of earnings has been deducted. A 6% hit on earnings for the fourth quarter being estimated by Cook and management. But there goes VIX dropping off. VIX dropping off. VIX dropping off now. All right, good. Goodbye, VIX. See you later. Go home. Apple looking good. Yeah, that looks good. Thank you. So anyway, I passed my inspection for my Enphase installation. Enphase products. So if you're trading Enphase, they from what the installer told me, NPH, they're killing it. They're killing it. They're doing a lot of installations. Enphase, especially in the southern states. There goes SPY. Apple moving higher. Okay, VIX dropping off. Apple up to 240E. 240E right here. So we get back above the 20 EMA. That would be beautiful. Apple's going. Yeah, baby. Yeah. What's Twilio doing? Twilio trying to get back up to 296. Twilio should follow through next week. Lee Star, go walk the dog. 240E is right there. 50% retracement on Apple. And the 240E right here. All right, nice bounce in SPY, SPY. If you get a chance, if we do get back up to the highs, I would take profits off into strength. We don't know what's going to happen with the hedges, or as the dealers roll their hedges off, they no longer need, because they got about 30% of S&P Spider Gamma rolling off today. You got 15% on Qs and about the same on S&P Big. S&P 500 Big. All right, so we just went green, going green. All right, S&P just went green. All right, looks good. S&P, can we run this? We've seen 10 handle move. A 10 handle move on futures is entirely possible. All right, we're on a buy signal on the 5-minute. Both the actually futures for the Russell, the Qs, and the S&P. Tick cumulative is green. Tick cumulative is green, and we're doing it on a 1-to-1 up-down volume, but I'll take it. I'll take a higher high tick. High ticks. That was a 1300 tick. That was a 1300 tick. All right, looking really nice. Very nice. Very nice. All right, Apple just got rejected at the 240E. Can we close green, green, please? Please, please. Can we close green? Thank you. Thank you. 50. Okay, Lucid. I got LAC bouncing, headed back to the high of the day. Lucid Auto Group, Lucid Group, starting to find some buyers end of day. Lots and lots of volume on the ES and the SPY. Man, we got a ton of those 458.35s. We're back above 458.35. More importantly, all right, lots of volume at 458.35, back above it. All right, we've got at least, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 million. At least 12 million, maybe 14 million. $12 to $13. $458.35. Nice work on GREE. Anna, nice job.
High took alert plus 800.
High tick again. 1300 tick. Looking for an extreme tick. Looking for an extreme tick here. Tick cumulative is green. Wow, nice, nice. Apple initial rejection at the 240E. Looking for the follow through. Nice, Apple. Twilio, what you doing, Twilio? Twilio, come on. Give me a pop. Give me a pop. Ford. Ford headed for 1750. Ford on the move. VIX at the low. Nice volume on SPY. 458.35. We got to stay above that.
Market on close and balance, $2.6 billion on the sell side.
Good luck with that. We're running it up higher so we can sell into it. So they can sell into strength. 2.6 billion to sell. Ford, giddy up here. Ford might get going. Netflix, solid trend all day.
Shares of Equinix
Roku.
getting a pop here to the high 698 on heavy volume. That's at both Quebec Oscar Sandy EQOS.
Yeah, Roku, stick a fork in it. Done with that one for now. Yeah, I'll trade it again when we get above the 50-day. All right, SPY's looking pretty good here. Apple's still stuck under the 240E. Microsoft looks like it wants to go for the high of the day. It looks like they're going to make a lot of these close with a nice finish. SPY's green, VIX is red. VIX is off 1.5%. All right, SPY keeps going. Futures keep going. Tick cumulative is green. Market internals picking up towards the close. Not a bad day. A great way to finish the week. Certainly beats closing red on the day or at the low of the day. Duh. BKKT still going. Wow, look at that volume. Closing above all those 458.35 blocks. Come on, you got push it more. Don't do anything now. Don't do funny things now. Keep it going. Keep the rally going. Pfizer breaking out. PFE. Sneaky bastards. Pfizer with a breakout.
NVS, Novartis, FDA approves Novartis.
Yes.
With novel mechanism of action for the treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia. That's November Victor Sandy, NBS.
Pfizer, looks like we could run this one into the close. Pfizer. I'd scalp it too. Yeah. You got 14 minutes to go. Pfizer. They show a little bit of sell the news, and then boom, they throw it in the other direction. Look at the volume. PFE volume. There goes SPY. All right, VIX is dropping over. VIX is dropping off hard now. Thank you very much. Pfizer, big move on Pfizer. Pfizer, big move.
Marijuana Moment tweeting, Pennsylvania lawmaker files bill to expand medical marijuana growers prioritizing small farmers. That from
There goes Pfizer. Nice. Nice. VIX dropping off. Pfizer. Look at that move on Pfizer. Okay, Pfizer next week should see 45-ish, maybe 44.50, 45. All of these stocks look good. The pharmaceuticals, IHE. Alrighty then. Pfizer looking good. Looking for the follow through next week.
OCGN, Ocugen popping to the high at $12.
OCGN.
Oscar Charlie Golf November, OCGN.
OCGN on the move. SPY. So much for market on close being 2.6 billion to sell. They ran it up into the close. They're running it up into the close. We need to stay above 458.35. 458.35. There goes Microsoft, new high of the day. Breakout. Microsoft. Netflix is still going. I was hoping so much for Ford to close at the high of the day. Goes Microsoft. Microsoft breaking out. Goodbye. Oh, jeez. Look at Microsoft. Look at Microsoft. Zoom. Looks beautiful. Look at that volume. Institutions. All right. What a beautiful day in the neighborhood. All right, they're gonna blast this higher. You've got 10 minutes to go in the regular session, and then an additional 15 minutes after that. S&P Spider and S&P Big Cap options close at 4:15 p.m. For those of you who aren't aware, I believe the Qs too, right? I don't know about IWM. Options close. There goes Pfizer. More out of Pfizer. Looking good. Pfizer's running. Pfizer's running. Pfizer's going. Whoa, look at SPY go. Oh my God. Look at
$1.4 billion on the sell side.
SPY ripping. SPY new high of the day. Woohoo! Paulo's happy. Sell into strength, Paulo. So you're not holding on to those calls. All right. Still going. Nice. We're ripping here, baby. Are we going to hit 460 today? We're going to hit 460. We're going for 460. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Yeah, PayPal is a dog. PayPal. It's a dog. PayPal. Beautiful. Look at these markets ripping higher. Oh my gosh. This is great. This is lovely. Lovely Rita Meter Maid. The only thing that would top off my cake with a little cherry on top, my sundae with a cherry on top, would be if Ford closed above 18, 1750, 18. That's not going to happen. I just wish it would happen. I can wish it. LAC trying to move higher. Twilio backing off a little bit. Nice ramp higher in the indices. VIX at the low. Look at that frickin' volume. Oh my gosh. End of day. The volume. Microsoft breaking out. Man, Microsoft. Beautiful. Microsoft. Look at that breakout in Microsoft. Pretty, pretty, pretty. SPY. Can we sit? Well, can we tag 460 before the close? We got 6 minutes to go. Nice. Tesla going. Beautiful. Lucid pushing a bit higher. Tesla. Oh my. American Airlines ripping higher.
BT, Bit Digital shares spiking here, $11.26. Bravo Tango. $11.50 at the high.
Bit Digital, spike. We got 60 cents to go. SPY, 460, 60 cents to go.
$11.63 now on BT.
Look at this move. Oh, this is great. I'm not feeling euphoria. I'm feeling very happy for people who got stuck, who didn't sell at the high of the day. Now we're making a new high. SPY's headed towards 460. You know they're going to tag 460. S&P's already been there. All right, what's S&P 500 doing? S&P 500, 4607.
Bitcoin futures now up 1,075.
Yeah. I think I'm going to smoke a doobie, Rob.
BT halted now on a circuit breaker.
All right, nice follow through.
63 cents.
Can we, one more push, SPY. Let's do this. All right, they're going to sell those 2.6 billion into this strength right here, most likely. Tesla's at the high of the day. BKKT a high of the day. American Airlines, everything's blasting higher for the most part, except Trump's DWAC, unfortunately. I wish that would be higher for people who traded it. All right, but we've got a lot of stocks moving higher. What's Ford doing? Ford, no follow through. Apple pushing higher. Apple's going. New high of the day for Apple. Nice work there, Sean. All right, we're going to tag 460. SPY. 460. SPY has to tag 460. You're looking at a 2022 Bentley. Nice. All right, make sure you're not getting assigned anything. Check your strikes. Check today's Friday OPEX, so don't forget. Make sure there's nothing in the money that you don't want to take home. PayPal shorts covering. Okay, we got 2 minutes to go for a closing bell. We're going to hit 460. Come on, we got to do 460. Look at that volume coming in. Holy smokes. And you just thought that 2.6 billion to sell meant that we're going to pull back, right? Not always. It's always funny about that. All right, less than a minute to go. All right, you got less than a minute to go. Congratulations on the move higher, folks. Are we coming back then?
It's 4 o'clock.
There you go.
Shares of Bit Digital resuming trade. 1425 the high now, pulling back.
All right. Well, all I can say is what a great week. I hope everyone had an opportunity to sell whatever it is they were looking to sell. There were a few dogs, no doubt. PayPal was a dog this week. Roku didn't do much. DWAC did pull back, but the majority of stocks did follow through. We had good trades on a lot of stocks. Some we'll have to wait until Monday, unfortunately. But that's the way it goes from time to time. Hopefully you had a great week. We certainly did. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the closing bell. Brought to you by YouTube and the closing print. Have a great weekend, everyone. The weekend video will be out at around 2 o'clock on Sunday, more likely. I hope everyone has a great weekend and that you had a even finer week. Take care. We'll see you this weekend. Have a great weekend. Bye. Ciao.